Ugh. Great edition. Bone amulet. I don't understand.
Yes.
Gives me runes. That's what I want. There's not shit here. Dog shit. What's that? Yeah, no, I grab all the purples. I can barely hear you. Just shock with lightning skills. What's this one? Stone. Oh, that's nice. Interesting. attention to. Oh, my nuts. I say just keep it. Fuck it. XML. And then we go down here to download. Make all this. I don't know how to spell sorcerer. Okay. X4, open custom file, location, drag this in, close. Okay. Let's see, put this in the purple items. Don't need that dog shit. We'll get some runes though. Give me some runes, give me some runes, give me some runes. Damn, look at all these things. I'm about to shit on that. Ba 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 bang. Give me more runes. Damn, I'm literally doing the exact same place again. Awesome. Cool. Hey, I need to go let my fucking dog go out. Unity, let's go party. Let's go outside and party. Unity. Bobby Brown, Bobby Brown, I'm Bobby Brown. Bobby Brown. Bobby Brown, pizza. Excuse me. A tickle in my throat. Dude, how can I not dash down there? What, is this what I need for one of my pieces or something? I need to watch a fucking crafting video because I don't understand why it's telling me to get this shit. And I know the best one too. It's this guy.
20. It was actually really good luck for this video. We're probably not going to have the same luck with these other 5 items. All right, here we go. The chess piece. All right, so on armor, it is really important that you get as much life as possible. You can get base life, you can get life percent, and you...
My God, okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
Stay calm.
Wait.
Everybody calm down.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Action RPG. I'm... You have...
Outstanding, Private Pile. I think we finally found something that you do well.
Sir, yes, sir.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Action RPG. I'm your host, Aaron, and for today's video, we're headed to the world of Last Epoch in my new boot camp series. And what do I have for you today? Advanced crafting. We're gonna go through mirroring, sealing, hunting rare affixes, and of course, building legendary items. Now, if you haven't seen my basic video, Crafting 101, that's gonna be linked, first link in the description and at the end of this video. So if you wanna watch advanced before basic, hey, totally fine, that is up to you. And I figured why not start with legendaries first, show you how to build the best items in the game. They kind of have this reddish hue to them, all right? And to build a legendary item, you need 3 things. You need a dungeon key, you need a unique item that has legendary potential, and you need an exalted item that has 4 affixes. Let me just show you really.
Okay. So he said there's 3 things I need. I need to write shit down.
Reddish hue to them, all right? And to build a legendary item, you need 3 things. You need a dungeon key.
Dungeon key. Oops.
You need a unique item that has legendary potential.
I definitely did not spell potential right.
And you need an exalted item that has 4 affixes. Let me just show you really quick. There are 3 dungeon keys currently in the game. You have Soulfire Bastion, you have Lightless Arbor, and you have Temporal Sanctum. Temporal Sanctum, this key on screen right now, is the key you need that will get you into the dungeon to make a legendary item. Now it is pretty simple, and we'll go to the dungeon in just a second, okay? If you beat the dungeon boss, you get access to the Eternity Cache, where you can create a legendary item. Of course, we're gonna make one together. Now, quick little tip, okay? These keys, you can right-click on them. Okay, let me show you. Right-click on Soulfire Bastion. The map automatically pops up and shows you Soulfire Bastion with the red little door for the dungeon. All right. Click on Lightless Arbor, right-click. Boom. Pulls up Lightless Arbor and the little dungeon. And just like I said, right-click on Temporal Sanctum, and it'll take us to the Temporal Sanctum, which we are gonna go to right now. And there's a lot more that comes to legendary, okay? So let's get over there.
I like how he's like,
and this is the entrance to the Temporal Sanctum. When you click on the door, all right, you need to add your key. We're gonna put that right there, and we're gonna enter the sanctum. But first we gotta pick which one we're going into. Do you want tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, or tier 4? And it shows you the increased enemy damage and health, but you will have much better enemy drops depending on which level you go in. But since we're building a legendary item, okay, you need to look at this box on the left. As you see, at tier 1, the Eternity Cache will accept unique items up to level 50. At tier 2, it'll be level 65. At tier 3, level 75. And at tier 4, any level. Okay? So what you need to do, and I've done this multiple times, you go and make your legendary, but you didn't pick the right one, is you need to look at your unique. So we are going to be making a legendary Smoke Weaver. Okay? So this unique item is 52. The item level is 52, which means we cannot make a legendary items on tier 1 because it's only level 50 and down. We need to enter the sanctum at tier 2, and we are going to enter the dungeon. Okay, I'm going to beat this. I'll see you at the end. Okay, so we have now beat the Temporal Sanctum boss, and we're going to go right here to the Eternity Cache. Okay, now this is how it works. Click on it. We are going to take our unique item that has legendary potential, and we are going to put that on the left side. And then we're going to take our exalted item. Again, exalted means it has a tier 6 or tier 7 affix, and we're going to put that on the right side. Okay? Now what this means is that since this unique has 2 legendary potential, 2 random affixes from this dagger are going to transfer to it. Now obviously we hope that critical strike multiplier, and more specifically 52 melee physical damage, transfer over to it. Okay, but who knows? We can get the suffixes and not the prefixes. We have no idea. Obviously the dagger I am using is really good. It's got a tier 7 melee physical damage and a high roll on it. All right, so we are going to seal the cache. It is now sealed. We are then going to push D, which is going to transfer us through time, and we are going to click on the cache, and our legendary item has now been made. Let's see what 2 affixes we got to transfer over, and we got critical strike multiplier and 14 health on melee hit. So unfortunately we did not get the tier 7 affix to move over, but we did get the critical strike multiplier. So basically we added a tier 5 and a tier 5, so we added
That's
10
fucking
tiers
sweet
to
as
this
fuck.
item,
I never.
and now we have a legendary
Yeah, you can do that shit.
dagger. Now that you know how to make a legendary item, let's switch gears and I'm going to talk to you about sealing affixes. Then we will move to actually creating uniques. That's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, we are going to shift, right click, and move our wand in.
Girl, I want your body. I want your big old ass.
Into the forge. Now, yesterday I showed you how to use chaos. This is a way to roll the dice and hopefully you have a chance of getting the affix you are looking for. I literally use chaos all the time, but there is a better way if you have them. So again, I'm just going to showcase right now. I don't want this spell critical strike. I want spell damage. Let's hope I don't get spell damage. Nope, no spell damage. Nope, no spell damage. Dang it. This item is now bricked. It doesn't make sense. Elemental damage with necrotic damage. All right, let's get rid of this. Man, I wish there was a better way. There is. Now let's transfer our two-handed sword into the forge. Now, this melee cold. Let's say I didn't want melee cold. Let's say I wanted crit multiplier. Okay, I want crit multiplier on this sword. Instead of chaosing it and just praying that we get the affix we want, why don't we just remove the affix? We're gonna go right here, click on Glyph of Despair, okay? Click on Glyph of Despair. We've got the correct affix selected and we are gonna upgrade it. And bam, that affix is now gone. It's actually moved down here. So this item will always have a tier 1 melee cold. Now I can click on this. I can type crit multiplier, put it in there. We're gonna click on Glyph of Hope to hopefully retain our forging potential. And we are going to craft, 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 craft. Just like that, we took our melee cold off and we moved it down, and now we have crit strike multiplier with our cold damage, exactly what we wanted. All right, what else do I want on here? We will put less crit. And the item is now bricked. Unfortunately, that last one took 15 forging potential, but the said item right now tier 5, tier 5. That's tier 10, plus a tier 1, tier 3, and tier 6. We now have another tier 20 sword. Okay? Happens that we just keep making somehow tier 20 items over and over again. But you see how I sealed that affix.
Yeah,
now,
that's fine.
we do have more to talk about when it comes to sealing. Because when you go to seal an affix, all right, the tier matters. If I tried to seal this tier 1, I think it's like 100% it is going to move down. But every tier higher, you lose chance. If you're trying to seal a tier 2, a tier 3, a tier 4, you have not as good a chance of that happening. Let me show you. You're going to try and seal this chance to find potions, and it's tier 3. Upgrade affix. So we got really lucky in this case, and we were able to seal this tier 3 affix. I'm having really good luck on these videos. Now I can go spell damage. And the item is now bricked. Okay, so so we're not perfect. See, so the item's still worthless, but we sealed that tier 3. That was pretty good. All right, let's try another one. Let's get this dagger right here, and I'm gonna try and seal this tier 3 again. And we sealed another tier 3 affix. Okay, well, I guess I'm showing you what is possible. All right, we want melee physical damage. We'll take crit, and the item is toast. Tier 5, tier 5, tier 6, and then sealed tier 3. Okay, so not as much luck on the last 2 items. Obviously, we have a whole nother one available. But the whole point of this is I'm trying to showcase that if you have an affix somewhere that you don't want a chaos roll, if you have Glyphs of Despair, you can simply just pull it down right here and then put whatever you want in its place. Okay? I think I have made my point known. Now what we're gonna do is create some uniques by using Rune of Ascendance. All right, what a Rune of Ascendance does is it takes a base item, in this case a scepter, and it upgrades it to, in this case, a unique hazel root. I'm gonna see if we could find a claim. That's what we're looking for. The items that I'm actually using right now. There it is. Literally my second try, we pulled my end game scepter with legendary potential. Well, let's keep going for the fun of it. We pulled 2 of them.
That's great, dude.
Hazel, come on. Now I want something different. Well, I guess that's an easy one. Go. Now we got a frozen ire. So a lot of times I'll hear people saying, man, dude, I've been looking for this unique forever. How did you find one? Maybe I didn't find it. Maybe I just crafted it. Dude, the scepter I am using right now, we just created 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. But that first one is the only one that has legendary potential on it. Okay.
That's crazy.
You now know how to seal, and you now know how to upgrade regular items to uniques. And by the way, the rarity, so if you got common, magic, or rare, it doesn't matter. As long as it's a scepter, it'll turn into a scepter. As long as it's a body armor, it turns into a body armor. As long as it's a shield, it turns into a shield. It's just kind of a fun way to get uniques if you need them. My last tip and trick for advanced crafting is just how to find these affixes. Aaron, this is great, but I never find the shards I need. Well, let me quickly throw out some items for you. And you will see that these all have the same color. They are a very bright purple, and you can literally pick any color you want. Inside of my loot filter, I have right here all items with these 9 affixes on them will drop with this color. And these aren't actually items that I am normally looking for. All I care about is the shards. So what you want to do, pull up your forge, and you just transfer your items over, and you just shatter them. And right now I'm looking for hybrid health. So I got no hybrid health. I got 1 hybrid health. I got 1 hybrid health. Maybe I got 2 there. I don't know. I'm going too fast. 1. This one I'm looking for void cleave. Got it. This one I'm looking for level of erasing strike.
Lay down.
Didn't get it. And this one I'm looking for hybrid health. Didn't get it. The point is that when you shatter these items, you have a chance to pull the shards off to you. And you're going to be using shatters all the time. That was just some skills I was looking for and trying to stack up hybrid health. Now, you will notice that when you do this a lot, you will start running out of shatters. So at my last tip, every single time you go to a vendor, ensure you buy the shatters. Okay, it does refresh fairly often, so buy these and then transfer them in to your crafting materials. Hunting for shards, yes, they will fall on the ground, but the best way is just add it to your loot filter and then shatter the item. That's it. You now know how to create uniques, you know how to seal affixes, you know how to hunt for those rare affixes, and you know how to create a legendary item. If you watch basics of crafting and now advanced of crafting, I think you're going to be good to go. Hopefully you're entertained or at least learn something. Aaron, out. It was actually really good luck for this video. We're probably not going to have the same luck with the other 5 items. All right. Epoch, there are 5 rarities. 5 rarities that you can modify. You have common, magic, rare, exalted, and unique. Okay? And I just pulled up a couple examples of this. So one-handed, amulets, common, magic, rare, exalted, and unique. And a unique item can only be modified if it has legendary potential, but that is going to be more on the advanced video. Okay? Now, on said items, in order to be able to modify it, it needs to have forging potential. Okay? Forging potential. Forging potential is another way of saying crafting potential or changing potential or making the item what you want potential. And as you can see, and this always isn't the case, but majority of the time, as you move up in rarity, so you'll see this common has 12 forging potential, the magic has 25 forging potential, the rare has 32, and the exalted has 45. So the rarer the item, the more you can change it. That's not always the case, it just normally is, okay? And as you are playing Last Epoch, literally just almost from the first mob you kill, you are going to be finding shards. See these over here in my stash? And there are a lot of them, hundreds and hundreds of shards. You are going to be finding glyphs, okay, that all do different things. And you are going to be finding runes. Shards, glyphs, and runes. And as you are playing, it's a vacuum system. So if there's, 40 shards laying around, you click on one and they all show up in your inventory. And what these are going to do is give you different ways to modify your item. And when they are in your stash, you have a little button right here that says transfer crafting items. You don't need to manually store these in your stash. that maybe I was doing a few years ago. These are auto sorted for you. So you click on one, they vacuum all up. When they are in your stash, you push this button like I am going to do now, and they are gone. And it shows right here that they were sent to the forge and they are all sorted and ready for me to use. Okay, so far pretty simple. 5 different rarities that you can craft on. Each rarity has forging potential, and your shards or whatever runes or glyphs you pick up, you need to transfer in. Okay, are you with me so far? So now let's talk about what you can actually do and change on an item. I'm going to take this axe right here, shift right click, and it transfers into our forge. We're going to take it and drag it over. Now we're going to go through all the runes, and we are going to go through all the glyphs. Again, you're going to find these all the time, and once you finish the campaign or you go into the monolith, you're going to have a huge stockpile of them. Starting with runes, we're going to go through them one up by one. Rune of Shattering. You're going to use this all the time, and anytime a vendor has it available, always purchase them. Okay, what this is going to do is it's going to break down an item, and you have a chance to gather some of the shards that are on said item. All right, you then have a Rune of Refinement. Let's say you are done crafting your item and you still have forging potential. You can re-roll all the values on that item to try and get greater rolls. You then have a Rune of Removal. Let's say there's a couple affixes you don't like on an item, or one affix you don't like on an item. You can try and get lucky and pull said affix off. Again, if you have forging potential. You have a Rune of Discovery. Adds 1 random tier 1 affix to all empty affix slots on an item. And on here, since we have currently no affixes, I'm just going to show this really quick. Rune of Discovery, put it in, add 4 random tier 1 affixes, click. All right, and now I've got 4. Now this item went from common to rare because it has 4 different affixes on it. Okay, you then have a Rune of Shaping. This re-rolls the implicit modifiers on said item. All right, and the implicit modifier is the top modifier. So on here it would be plus 23 melee physical damage. That can roll basically only 23, so there'd never be a reason to re-roll that. Okay, it re-rolls the top implicit on it. And the last 2, you have Rune of Ascendance, changes an item into a unique, and then you have kind of the biggest and best crafting material right here, Rune of Creation. This would be like a PoE mirror. Duplicates the item but reduces forging potential of both to 0. So if you have like a godlike item, an amazing item, and it still has forging potential, you can create 2 of them, which is awesome in this game because you're going to use those exalted items that'll be in the advanced video for creating legendaries. Or maybe you're dual wielding, well, you can have the exact same item twice on said character. So these are the different runes. And again, you're gonna be finding them all the time. You can see in here 1300, 1200, 1100, and I'm crafting all the time. Now moving over to the glyphs, and you can use runes and glyphs at the same time. Glyph of Hope, your #1 kind of crafting agent. And this is a 25% chance to use no forging potential. Pretty much all the time when you are crafting, you're going to just keep this in here because it gives you a 1 in 4 of this number not going down. We're going to do a bunch of crafting, so don't worry. You're going to see how this all works, okay? So you got your Glyph of Hope. You've got your Glyph of Chaos. And what this is going to do is it's going to change a random affix. So let's say I hate health on kill. I don't want that on there. We can go to upgrade it, put in a Glyph of Chaos, and we're just going to get a random now suffix. And now it's increased stun chance. So basically you can re-roll and chaos an item. Okay. 2 more. You have a Glyph of Order. If you're upgrading a modifier and it has a perfect roll or a high roll, you can use this glyph to ensure that it does not re-roll the affix as it levels up. And last but not least, you have a Glyph of Despair. This gives you a chance to seal an affix and actually have 5 affixes on an item. So for example, if I really like critical strike modifier, if I want to keep this on there or potentially get rid of it, I can click on it, use Glyph of Despair, and now upgrade affix, and it sealed it and brought it right down here, so that now I can put on a different modifier. So now when you look at this item, it is out of forging potential, and there is no way to increase forging potential. There's no special crafting recipe, there's no quest, there's no vendor, there's no rune, there's no shard, there's no glyph. There is no way to bring this from 0. So this item in its current state is how it's going to be forever. Okay? But this shows you that you can have 5 affixes on an item if you seal 1. Okay? But majority of the time, you are going to have 4. Right? So those are the runes. Those are the glyphs. All right? And just as a quick example, since I would never use this item, we are going to shatter it to try and regain some of these affixes back, some of these shards back. And it shows you right there, we got 3. So those went back into our shards, which is all of these materials here that I have gained. Okay? So you now know the rarities, you now know forging potential, you know how to transfer them into your crafting through that button, and you got to see some basics on runes and glyphs and shattering and sealing. All right? So now I'm going to gather some items and we're going to do some crafting, and I'm going to take it really slow, because I feel like just watching me craft, you're going to get a very good idea, and I'm going to go slow about how to do it. All right, I just completed a run in the monolith, and I have a couple of items that we can now craft on. So let's go ahead, shift right click, and move this wand into the forge. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to assess. All right, we've got 22 forging potential. What do we actually want to get out of this said wand? And this is increased cast speed, adaptive spell damage, less mana. It already rolled with a cold and a cast speed. So I think that the affixes on it right now, at least the prefixes, so you can have 2 prefixes and 2 suffixes. The prefixes are good. I'm going to leave them as they are. Okay? And we're just going to try and upgrade them. Now, the maximum you could craft to is tier 5. So right now, this item just dropped with a 3, 8, 9, 11. So right now, it's tier 11. We're going to see if we can get it to tier 20 with only 22 forging potential. So we're going to change and put up Glyph of Hope. That gives us a 1 in 4 chance of using none. And we're going to start with cold damage, the most important affix, and click. All right, that used 1 forging potential. Click again. That used 15 forging potential. Click again. And that used none. Glyph of Hope preserved it. All right, 1 done. Now we're going to move over to cast speed. Upgrade. Used 1. Got 2. So if you get a critical success, that means it adds a tier. So we're still at forging potential 5. And click. And we got another one. Okay, so we're having some pretty good luck right now. So now we have a tier 5 cold, a tier 5 cast speed, a tier 5 chance to ignite on hit, and a tier 4 increased stun chance. But I don't want that increased stun chance. Okay, we want something different. So I'm going to click this. All right, and I'm going to chaos it. Now, using a Glyph of Chaos means we're going to get a random affix. We don't know what it's going to be, but it's not going to be increased stun chance. And we're going to click chance to slow on hit. Okay, and that used up all of our forging potential, which means we took a tier 11 item, and through crafting, we made it tier 20. 5, 5, 5, and 5. And on here, it'll show you what we created. And anybody that uses cold damage, this is a decent wand. You could take this into the monolith and you can actually do a lot with it, especially if you're a cold build. Obviously, this isn't an end game item. This is just a random rare I found on one monolith run that I just turned into tier 20. It was actually really good luck for this video. We're probably not going to have the same luck with these other 5 items. All right, here we go. A chess piece. All right, so on armor, it is really important that you get as much life as possible. You can get base life, you can get life percent, and you can get vitality. So what we're going to do first with the suffixes, and we're going to see if we could change this fire resistance into life. All right, so we're going to click it. We're going to use the glyph of chaos, and we're going to try and re-roll this fire resistance and get life or health. Here we go. Elemental resistance, no. Try one more time, and click. Necrotic resistance. All right, we got a tier 5 void resistance, tier 5 necrotic resistance. I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to put on vitality. And we're not going to use glyph of chaos anymore. We're going to use glyph of hope. 1 in 4 chance of using no forging potential, and click. Glyph of hope worked. Click. -6. Click. Glyph of hope worked. Click. Glyph of hope worked. Click. Glyph of hope worked. Wow, we're having really good luck. Okay, this item is now tier 17. We have 21 forging potential left, and this build I'm currently using, you want as much mana as possible, so we're just going to keep this mana. Okay, I'm going to click. Used 1, click. Used 17, click. Used 3. All right, 2 items in a row that I randomly found in one monolith. We just turned tier 20. All right, 5, 10, 15, 20. Is this an end game item? No. Can you take this into the monolith? Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, our first 2 tests gave us both tier 20 items. All right, now we need to talk about exalted items, right? I wanted to do those crafts first to show you what a basic craft looks like. Now, when you are playing, you will see an item drop that is purple. That means it rolled with a tier 6 or tier 7 affix on it. So you'll see this body armor right here has a tier 7 throwing attack critical strike chance. You can re-roll the ranges of this, okay, if you wanted to, with a rune of refinement. You want to change the roll, but you cannot make it go higher or lower. Tier 7 is the max. All right, and like I said, this item also rolled with health. This is the main affix you're looking for. So what we're going to start with is we're going to re-roll this poison resistance, and we're going to see if we can get life on it. Right, we're going to go glyph of chaos once again, and we're going to re-roll poison, roll the dice, and see what we get, and click. All right, we got necrotic resistance. Okay, we're now going to go over to health, and we're going to level this to tier 5. Click, click, click. All right, and now that took us, that last one used 23 forging potential. All right, it used 23, which means we got to get a little lucky with this last strength affix. Okay, so click. We're going to use our glyph of hope and see if we can get 4 levels with only 8 left. And you'd have actually options here. You could seal this affix, and you could drop it down here and then put whatever you want, but you only have 8 forging potential. So for this, or you can re-roll it with chaos, or we're just going to keep strength on this item. First click, used 3, second click, gone. Item is bricked, so you can no longer modify it. There is no rune, no glyph, no nothing you can do to add forging potential. Once it's at 0, it's at 0 forever. Now, just for the sake of counting, you will see 5, 5, 3, and 7. So technically, this is another tier 20 item that we just crafted and modified. Okay, we're gonna do one more. Let's take, I don't want that, this ring. We're gonna take, or this amulet. We're gonna take this amulet right here. 33 forging potential, poison, void resistance. Let's get Let's try and dump the void. Elemental, try and dump the poison. Lightning, that's fine. And we're gonna put spell on it. Slammed it. Tier 20. I like hitting the button super fast. Man, we just crafted 4 in a row tier 20s. 4 in a row. Okay. Now, just for the sake of showing you, okay, let's make this one tier 5. So this health roll is tier 5, but you could see that it rolled 15%, and the range can be 15 to 18%. It's going to happen all the time. You want that health roll to be higher. You can click on Rune of Refinement, okay? And that 15% roll is now 16. No, we want it higher. Back to 16. Back to 15. Back to 16. 18. Okay, so it used up all of our forging potential, but that health roll is now maximum for the tier. There's lots you can do with this system, but as you know, this is just the basic tutorial on crafting. I think that's going to do it. If you have any questions where something does not make sense to you, please put it in the comment section. I'm going to stay really close to these Aaron boot camp videos. And of course, also in my Discord, I answer any direct questions. So feel free to reach out. Hopefully you're entertained or at least learn something. Aaron, out.
Whoop-de-doo! What does it all mean, Basil?
Hello everyone and welcome to Action RPG. I'm your host Aaron, and for today's video we're headed to the world of Last Epoch once again in my boot camp how-to series. And what are we talking about today? We are talking about end game progression, really end game systems, what is there to do in Last Epoch, and some tips and tricks for you. And honestly, at time of recording, I have no idea if this is going to be a short video or a long video. We're just going to take it step by step. Now, right now, I am in the end of time. And you normally reach the end of time between level 20 and 30, normally right around level 25. And once you reach the end of time, you are basically given 2 options, okay? Option number 1 is once you reach the end of time, you have beaten the Temple of Atera, you get to pick your mastery. So for an acolyte, which I am right now, I would get to pick, do I want to be a necromancer or do I want to be a lich? And in the future, I would get to pick if I want to be a warlock. And if you follow this channel, you know exactly what I'm gonna pick, which is of course, necromancer. Got nothing against lich. Lich is great. Lich is even stronger, but I don't think it's as fun. Now, once you make that selection, you also are given a second choice, but this choice is not right in your face, okay? The second choice is, do you want to continue with the campaign, okay? And we're gonna talk more about that. Or do you want to start the end game system? Because as soon as you reach the end of time, you can just run over here and run down this corridor, which is the Monolith of Fate. And this is the end game mapping inside of Last Epoch. Now, if you really are only level 20-25, your character will have to be strong enough to take on a level 58 zone. I believe it's level 58 zone. Yes, that is normal. And for me, starting fresh with no leveling gear, I was able to go into the Monolith of Fate at level 31, and I never left it, okay? So that's just more how strong you think you are and testing yourself. Some people go into the Monolith of Fate, realize they're not strong enough, then they go back into the campaign, get 5 or 6 more levels, then jump back. It's totally what you want to do. Now, once you are inside the Monolith of Fate. We're just going to say that you are strong enough to do it. We're going to start right here, okay? There is a path that makes the most sense, okay? There are options here, all right? And I want you to follow me for just a second. The first run you are going to do is Fall of the Outcasts. Once you kill Abomination, you're going to be given a choice. Do you want to go left to a level 62 zone, or do you want to go right to a level 66? Always go right. Okay, I'm going to say that again. Always go right. You don't want to go left, all right? It takes longer and the rewards aren't as good. And you'll normally get more experience because you are going into a higher zone, okay? So you want to beat the Black Sun. You want to beat Ending the Storm. You want to beat the Reign of Dragons. And then the 3 newest Monolith Islands is the Spirits of Fire, the Last Ruin, and the Age of Winter, okay? Once you complete all 3 of these, 1, 2, and 3, you run over here and click on this little box. Here, I'll do that right now. We'll go look at the box. I probably should have been just there already. A lot of people are like, why can't I unlock Empowered? I don't know what to do. You got to run over here and click on this box right here. And that's where I am standing on the map, okay? You get to choose when you enter the Monolith of Fate. Take the right side. And once you unlock these 3, you will unlock level 100, which is what Empowered is, on every single island, all right? Until you beat the last 3 and click on this box, you will not get Empowered runs. Now, tips and tricks for the Monolith. Tips and tricks for the Monolith. There's a couple islands that are really important, okay? 2 of them that you really want to focus on. One being the Reign of Dragons, okay? Because when you beat the Reign of Dragons, you have a chance of getting a blessing that gives you critical strike avoidance. And this can roll in Empowered up to 70%. This is one of the quintessential survivability mechanics, okay? The other one you want to look at is right here, Spirits of Fire, which I've been maxed in Endurance, so I haven't re-rolled it. But here you can get Endurance %, which is another quintessential survivability mechanic, okay? I would literally play those 2 until you have the proper crit strike avoidance and the Endurance %. Now, where there are 3 other islands that are going to give you survivability. The Black Sun can give you void resistance. Ending the Storm can give you lightning resistance. And right up here, the Age of Winter can give you physical resistance. So you are talking 3 different resistances with crit avoidance, with endurance. Now, these blessings are not going to max out those stats, okay? Unless you get a perfect roll, you're going to get pretty darn close at 75. But that is going to give you a ton of what I like to call free survivability mechanics, okay? So making sure you play the right islands over and over again to get the right blessings can make you very tanky. And obviously, depending on your build, depending on your class, depending on your mastery, there are other very strong blessings. For this video, I am only focusing on survivability, okay? Those are my tips and tricks for the Monolith of Fate. Now that you have a basic understanding of the endless web system that is the Monolith, now we're going to talk about other things you can do in Last Epoch, because we are only halfway there. Inside of this game, there are 3 different dungeons currently, and there is going to be a lot more added in the future. Now, what's really cool about these dungeons, and all of them are played very differently, offer different rewards, and each of them have a different boss. And I mean, they are very, very different. And you will notice as you are playing that you find lots of different keys. And these keys are what open the said dungeons. You have the Temporal Sanctum, which I'm in front of right now. And this is the dungeon where the reward is you get to create a legendary item, like my new unique Aaron's Will. You then have the Lightless Arbor. This is the Gold Sink dungeon, where you get to use your gold to pick various rewards and then open up multiple chests and get all kinds of goodies. And then the last dungeon is the Soulfire Bastion, where you get access to the Soul Gambler. And the enemies you kill, you get to spend their souls towards loot that can only be found there, okay? Now, quick little tip or trick for the keys is if you right-click on your mouse, the map will immediately pop up where the dungeon is. And this little red door is an indication that there is a dungeon there. So if you click on any of them, you will see that they are right there. And I haven't done the Lightless Arbor yet with this class. Okay. Now, there are 4 tiers per dungeon. So technically you can do 12 different dungeons, and then you can just keep running it over and over again. When you click on the door, okay, you got to take your key, you got to put it in, then you got to hit enter the sanctum. And when you do that, you are given 4 options: level 55, level 80, level 95, and level 100. This fight right here, tier 4 Julra, is considered kind of the pinnacle. I don't want to say shaper level, but it is one of the hardest fights, especially with high corruption. Okay, so each dungeon, 3 dungeons, have 4 different levels of difficulty, and each of them give you better rewards based upon which tier you can do. All right, so that is the dungeons. You now kind of have a general understanding of dungeons and the Monolith of Fate, but we are still not done. I feel like there is a hidden end game that, believe it or not, a lot of people don't even know exists. And it was the first end game really introduced into this game. And that is your arena keys. Just like the dungeons, if you right click on arena, it'll pop you up right here, and you will go over to Hyboria at the Champion's Gate. So we are headed over to the arena. And here it is right here. When you click on the arena, you will take your arena key, you will put it in, and you will enter the arena. Now with this character, I have not done the arena yet. We've been grinding out the monolith. It's only been 3 days. But just like the dungeons, there is Arena 1, Arena 2, Arena 3, and Arena 4. And each arena also has a boss associated with it that also has boss drops. And what the arena is more of kind of a, I don't want to say endless run, but in this case, you'll fight 5 waves of enemies, then 5 waves of enemies, and you will keep going through 5 waves of enemies that continuously get harder until you pull the arena champion, okay? You'll fight the arena champion, and then you're done, and you can move on to different tiers. But the old school way is this right here. This mode is the endless arena. So this is what we're gonna see a lot for the ladder. Like, this should be the one of the main ladder functions that you will see that is coming soon. How far can you go? Can you make it to level 100 on the endless wave? Can you make it to 200, 500, 1,000? That will be up to you. Now there is one last key I have to show you, which is fairly new, and that is right here. This is the key of memory. If you like going into the arena and doing the endless waves, what this key is going to do is cut that number in half if you go in again. Okay, what that means is, let's say you make it to wave 1,000. Let's say you make it to wave 1,000. You sat in front of your chair for 23 hours. If you put in the key of memory, you will start at wave 500. Okay, it cuts your old number in half, so you don't have to re-roll the entire dungeon back at 0. And if you've never beaten wave 100, the key will start you at wave 100. Okay, so a quick little breakdown of all the systems. You have the arena right here in Hyboria. All right, the Champion's Gate. You have your 3 dungeons: the Lightless Arbor, the Soulfire Bastion, and the Temporal Sanctum, and then the main end game, which is the Monolith of Fate. Okay, and of course this is an overview video. Personally, for me, you're going to get the best rewards and have the most fun. And if you're used to any form of mapping, this is going to feel very familiar to you. But there is more to do than just that. That's the end game system. I can't think of anything else that you need to do. Hopefully you were entertained or at least learned something. Aaron, out.
Takes less and less time the further you get in the game, and there is also a catch-up mechanic as well, so don't be afraid to drop a skill and try a new specialization or move some points around. That said, it can be a little tough if you drop your main damage dealing specialization without having a suitable replacement, so keep that in mind. Skill trees have a mixture of minor and major stat boosts, very powerful buffs, and options to outright change how the skill functions. Your most important tool here is the power of reading. Read through your options and consider how they might interact. Considering how the different nodes can alter your skill's functionality and boost its effects can have huge benefits for your build. For example, Lightning Blast is a zappy lightning skill. There are a few options to make it chain, which is great for killing more enemies at once. But, reading the Convergence node, we can discover that we can instead make those chains hit the same enemy as the initial zap, turning the skill into a powerful boss killer. Reading further into some of the nuances, I know that Convergence will half the chain amount and round it up. So, if I get 5 chains, it will half down to 2.5, and then round back up to 3 chains, all hitting the same target. Very nice. Think about what role you want a skill to play. Read through your options, and try things out to see if you can make it fit that role. Generally, I suggest aiming to have a powerful single target skill, a skill for killing larger groups of enemies, a movement skill, and a defensive skill. This will usually leave you with a spare specialization to incorporate some additional utility, such as a skill that buffs your defense or offense in some way. Before we talk about gearing and crafting, let's talk about how to deal damage. In addition to picking some nice skill tree and class passives, you need to understand how you primarily deal damage and how to go about making those numbers go up. It's a good idea to keep in mind what your build skills do. Are they fire damage, spells or attacks, damage over time? Keep these facts in mind as you proceed. Each skill and build will have its own methods of scaling up its damage, with varying levels of impact to each approach. It's nearly always going to come down to having some good combination of damage scaling options, and finding that best combination is part of your fine-tuning process. That said, let's go over a general outline. To scale hit damage builds, both spells and attacks that deal all their damage at once, you want the following. Added flat damage, usually represented as something like plus 30 melee damage. Increased damage, represented by a percentage, 30% increased fire damage or something like that. More damage, which is usually represented by plus 30% damage or 30% more damage, or mentioned as multiplicative. Cast speed or attack speed for appropriate skills that scale with those. Critical strike chance and critical multiplier for builds that are going crit, and plus levels to X skills available in gears, which gives you more skill points to spend in their skill trees, and things that lower enemies' defenses like armor shred and resistance penetration. Now, added flat damage is always good and tends to play a bigger role in attack builds than in spell builds. Weapons have some added flat damage built into them as implicit stats, and this damage increases a lot with higher level weapons, so be sure to seek out new weapons as they begin to appear. You can look for ones that have other nice benefits for your build, but that raw damage is initially the most important thing in these sorts of builds. Increased damage is always welcome, and tends to come from gear and passives. However, it often competes with other options for damage scaling, which can in some cases be more impactful, such as attack or cast speed and critical strikes. More damage multipliers have a bigger impact overall, and these tend to come from skill specializations themselves, the skill trees. More damage is generally high priority and will have a big impact on your damage overall, though it may sometimes be outclassed by something that has a greater utility to the skill. Now, depending on the skill, attack and cast speed can have a big impact as well, as they allow you to take all of your scaled up damage and dish it out more often, acting as a more multiplier all of its own. A similar thing applies to critical strike chance and critical strike multiplier. speed and crit will often outclass increased damage on the right skill and build. So let's make it nice and simple. In summary, stack added flat damage, percentage increased and more damage of the correct types, and scale speed or crit if it fits your skill. Then supplement with increasing skill levels and lowering monster armor or resistances. Damage over time element builds function a bit differently in Last Epoch. Each damage over time type has a preset damage amount that you can see in the ailments section in the in-game guide. Press the G key. As a side note, this menu is great for learning specific information about terms or ailments. For damage over time builds, the things you want to scale your damage are more percentage chance to apply the ailment in the first place. 200% chance to ignite means that you apply 2 stacks of ignite when you hit. More of this chance to apply an ailment is better, and most common dot ailments don't have a limit to how many stacks you can apply. Check the game guide for how your ailments work and scale. The next thing you want is more hits with which to apply your ailment. Cast and attack speed can increase how many ailments you apply, or just a multi-hitting skill that hits an enemy a bunch of times. Next up, increased or more damage of the ailments type will scale the base damage of the ailment. For example, 100% increased fire damage will scale ignite. Generic more damage from skills such as plus 8% damage in skill trees will also work. Anything that specifies something like melee or spell though generally won't work. Next up, you can scale some ailments duration. Longer duration means more stacks, so that's more damage. And finally, ailment resistance penetration or lowering the relevant monster resistances help. Remember that armor doesn't work for damage over time. As such, there's no point lowering enemies' armor if you're a damage over time build. So let's make it simple again. In summary, for damage over time builds, apply as many stacks of your ailment as you can, as quickly as you can, and try and get percentage damage scaling for your ailment. Supplement by getting ailment duration and lowering enemy resistances of the right type. Now let's talk about the other side of the equation, keeping yourself alive. So here's a priority list in rough order that will help keep your health above 0. Defensive skills or mechanics are at the top of the list. Every class has one or several powerful defensive skills or mechanics, like Flame Ward on the Mage for example. These are often the most impactful things for your survival, so use them and use them well. Next up, added health, vitality, and percentage increased health. Anywhere you can get increased health percent, you should, though this tends to not be until endgame. While leveling, flat health and vitality are sufficient. Now resistances are not quite as impactful as in some other action RPGs, but they're still very helpful and high on the priority list in most cases while leveling. Resistances cap at 75%, and capping is great, but being a bit lower than that is not too big a deal, especially for leveling. In Last Epoch, going down from 75% to 70% resistance means you take 5% more damage, as opposed to the 20% more damage you'd take in other games because of how the math works. Poison resistance is also a resistance that you can generally leave a little bit lower than the others. Physical is one that you want to try and keep as high as you can. Of course, if you have the option, tuning your resistances to the content that you're facing can be quite helpful. Next up is armor. Armor protects against any hit damage, whether physical, elemental, or void in this game. It is 100% effective against physical damage, and only 70% effective against other damage types, but the fact that it works against other damage types is great. Armor doesn't help against damage over time at all though, keep that in mind. Armor is really effective overall at keeping characters alive, but not every build and class gets support or room to scale it. If your resistances are good and you already have health on the item, then armor may be your next best choice. Critical strike avoidance or similar effects allow you to completely mitigate critical strikes, and this is a high priority in later endgame. But it's not important or really feasible to scale while leveling. You can pretty much get away with ignoring critical strike avoidance and similar until empowered monoliths for the most part, except perhaps in hardcore. Next up is endurance. This is a powerful form of mitigation unique to Last Epoch. It provides a reduction to the damage taken while at low health. It does function against one-shots, and even if you're at high health when you take the actual damage. There are 2 stats associated with endurance: endurance percentage, which increases the mitigation amount, and endurance threshold, which makes it protect a larger portion of your health pool. Both can be very impactful. Some classes like Primalist have extra support for endurance scaling, though it's excellent on any life build. Endurance, however, does not protect ward. Long-term stacking endurance is a very powerful boost to any life build, but it's not really feasible while leveling in many cases. Next up we have block, which is obtained mainly from shields, but some other items and passives can grant or improve it. Shields overall are very powerful defensive items in this game. you can scale block chance and the amount of damage blocked, block effectiveness. There are some really nice other stats you can also get with block, such as % less damage taken on block and health gained on block. If you can use a shield in your build, it can be a very nice defensive increase, and hardcore players will often prioritize one. Finally, we have dodge, which is a chance to completely avoid hits, and it can be stacked by anyone, but rogue has the most support for it. Dodge is proper random in Last Epoch and not deterministic with some sort of scaling or anything like that, so it does pretty much exactly what you'd expect from the stat. It is powerful, but it's unreliable as such. A few builds will exploit dodge well, but most builds will not bother with it. Now, I didn't mention ward in that list, as it's an alternate approach and much more build specific. Ward is an extra protective layer above your health, and it can be generated in many different ways, such as passively over time, on hit, or as a burst on skill use. Ward decays over time, and ward retention helps you maintain a larger amount of ward. Everything in the previous list applies to ward builds apart from endurance. Ward is a very powerful defensive mechanic in the right build and with the right gear, but ward builds tend to be a bit more specific and nuanced in nature. So now that you have an idea of what you're looking for on gear and how to scale your character, let's talk about acquiring that gear and improving it. Gear in Last Epoch can drop in several different rarities. Normal, which is just basic white items with their implicit stats. Magic, which can have 1 to 2 random affixes, and rares, which typically have 3 to 4 random affixes. Unique items, which are pre-built and have their own unique effects. Set items, like uniques, but with bonuses for wearing multiple items from that set. Exalted rare items, which have 1 or more exalted affixes, modifiers with stats boosted beyond the regular limit. And finally, legendaries, which are specifically improved and crafted unique items. You can compare items that you're wearing to ones that you picked up by holding control. You can make this behavior default in the options with auto-compare items if you like as well. You can also hold Alt to see more contextual information on affixes and item effects. This is very handy while learning. And finally, you can also hold Control and Alt together to see affix tiers and roll ranges. Now let's talk crafting. Forging your own items in Last Epoch is incredibly powerful and a fundamental part of your gear progression. In some action RPGs, crafting is a side endeavor or not something that you bother with until you're rich and famous. But here, you can start crafting almost right away, and it will keep being a huge part of your gearing experience forever. Learning how to gear your character and learning how to craft are in many ways the same thing in this game. Now, I've already made an in-depth beginner's guide to crafting in Last Epoch, so check out that video and I'll link it in the description below. In this guide though, I will speak more to a beginner's crafting strategy while progressing your first characters. So step 1 is whenever you have spare gold and pass by a vendor, buy all of the runes of shattering that you can afford. You'll basically always do this until you're flush with shattering runes at endgame. These runes allow you to break down an item and get affix shards from that item that you can use for crafting. I'll speak about how to best use them in a little bit. Hand in hand with step 1, not that it really needs to be said, but pick up the affix shards that randomly drop like they're free candy. Now step 2 is what I'll refer to as simple crafting. This is super straightforward and lets you make the items you find better while you level. This is the sort of crafting that will carry you from level 1 to 50 and into endgame quite comfortably. It goes like this. Whenever you find an item that looks like it might be an upgrade or could be an upgrade, put it in the forge and just start adding and increasing affixes. Items that drop with 1 or 2 good stats and higher level item types with more powerful built-in implicits should all just go in the forge to try and improve them. If you're in doubt, try and upgrade everything on your character every 10 levels or so at least. At that point, it's quite likely that there's a much more powerful item base available to you now, and upgrading should be pretty easy if you get it. Your simple order of priorities is to add or increase life and vitality, resistances, and movement speed on boots, and then put damage and scale those damage scaling stats up that fit your build. As a little tip, runes of discovery can add random affixes to empty slots for free, and they have no forging potential cost and are fairly common, so don't be afraid to use them. Remember that any stat is generally better than no stat. Glyphs of Hope can be used while leveling on the more promising items. They give a 25% chance of a free craft. Though I recommend trying to keep 10 or 20 of them set aside for more major crafting projects when you get to endgame and start finding more powerful items. Even if you're not sure if an item will end up being an upgrade, just put it in the forge and try. You'll frequently be surprised how good items can end up being. This is a very powerful crafting system here. And either way, the more crafts you do, the more familiar you'll get with the system and the affixes in the game, making later crafting projects much easier. Now step 3 is to use those shattering runes that you've been collecting. Use them on items with good affixes for your build, rare looking affixes, and generally good affixes that you want a lot of. Shattering runes can recycle old items or failed crafting attempts as well. Good affixes for your build will make sense the more you figure out your build. Don't worry if you're not at that point yet. Rare affixes are generally anything that looks pretty fancy or that you don't see too often. Things like plus levels to a skill or affixes that have multiple lines of text. You'll get more familiar over time again, don't worry. Good affixes that you want a lot of are things like health, movement speed, and your specific damage type like increased lightning damage for example. That's because you'll use these a lot and they can become a bottleneck, so it's a good idea to get as many of them as you can early on. If you're in doubt, just shatter anything that you don't think you'll need. It's not worth vendoring rare items for gold in this game, and the more affix shards you get, the better. As you learn more, you'll start shattering less things because there will simply be too many items to shatter them all. As you start to build a huge stockpile of affix shards, you can stop using shattering runes on basic items and focus more on rare affix and specific ones you need as you learn what those are. Now, after you've been basic crafting for a while, step 4 is to start exploring some of the other crafting options available to you. Around level 40 or 50 is a good time to start as items become more powerful, affixes more interesting, and you're more likely to keep using a well-crafted item for a while at these levels. A great place to start is Glyphs of Chaos. Say that you find an item that looks really good for your build, but it's got that one tier 3 affix that does nothing for you, like minion damage and you're not a minion build. Try using a Glyph of Chaos to change that affix first to something relevant, and then polish off the other affixes with Glyphs of Hope. You can sometimes make really good items by surprise this way, and it's a great way to learn what sort of affixes appear where. Beyond step 4 is where we start to get into more advanced crafting, which is more relevant to endgame. Again, check out my full crafting guide for more information. Now, as a little bonus aside, here's a big leveling tip. There are 2 guaranteed unique items from the Ezra's Ledger quest, and they're both excellent leveling items. Quite early in the campaign, in the council chambers, you'll be given a side quest to fetch Ezra's Ledger from a nearby zone. It's quite a quick quest, and it gives one of 2 possible guaranteed uniques. Both of these are excellent leveling uniques, but you want to choose the right one for your build. If you give the ledger to the Gambler Artem, you will get the Gambler's Fallacy Amulet, which gives life on critical strike. If you give the ledger to Ezra, then you will instead get the Gloves Avarice, which give elemental resistance and life leech on elemental damage. If you're doing any elemental damage, including damage over time, then you should go for Avarice as they are very powerful gloves and usable right into endgame. Otherwise, Gambler's Fallacy can be a nice damage boost for big hitting builds early on, and give some very nice life sustain when you crit. Some builds, like a Poison build for example, won't really use either of these, but for the builds that can, it's well worth picking the right one, so pay attention to this quest. Now back to the rest of gearing. Idols are Last Epoch's take on charms, and they're a very powerful slot for boosting your build and shoring up weaknesses. Idols are items that only work when placed in the idol inventory, and they only ever have 2 affixes which are rolled randomly when they're dropped. Idols cannot be crafted, so always be on the lookout for good ones. Idol slots are unlocked by doing side quests in the campaign. You can open the waypoint map to see how many idol slots you still have to unlock in the bottom left. Check your current side quests to see which ones offer idol slot expansions. The smaller idols, the 1x1s and the 1x2s, are available to every class and have more generalized affixes on them. Health, resistances, specific damage and ailment chance, generally speaking. These are incredibly useful for increasing your resistances to shore up gaps in the rest of your gearing. If your resistances are fine, then you can use these smaller idols to focus on getting more health and a small damage increase. But early on, life and resistances will be the most important things. Stout idols, the up-down ones, can roll with flat and percentage health. These are the chase rolls for these, and when your resists are good enough, you'll want to have some of these, so keep them safe if you find them. Humble idols, the sideways ones, can spawn with necrotic, physical and void resistance along with vitality, which is health. So keep an eye out for these, as they're a great way of fixing those important but harder to get resistances. The little tiny 1x1 idols are mainly seat fillers. Grab some helpful resist or life and maybe a bit of armor or mana here. Outside of the smaller idols, you will eventually start finding bigger idols. These vary from class to class, and each one offers a set of different possible affixes. Learning what ones are available and good for your build is part of the build refinement process, so keep an eye out for nice combos. Anytime you can get both affixes to be good for your build is a big win. Some of these large idols can be very powerful, but you usually have to decide whether your resistances are good enough to use them over several smaller idols. That's the puzzle and fun of idols. To support the powerful crafting system that Last Epoch has, the game also features a powerful and easy to customize in-game loot filter. Gear drops identified in this game. As such, you're able to filter based on the actual random affixes on items. This can give you a huge advantage in crafting and gearing, as you can customize loot filters on a build-by-build basis. Here I'll go over some of the fundamentals and basic loot filter strategy that will get you going. Since crafting is so fundamental to this game, loot filters are implicitly also very fundamental as well, so it's a very good idea to at least learn the basics of how this works. Basic loot filtering strategy is to hide what isn't useful to you, and then highlight the things that are. Then, long term, you can refine by highlighting more specific things that will help you find and craft upgrades to progress your character. It can seem a bit overwhelming, but let's make this process as simple as possible, and it does end up being pretty simple. Play without a loot filter for a few levels and get yourself a complete set of gear for your character. Then you'll notice that you're only really looking for magic and rare items. For the most part, you won't need white normal items anymore. Even with crafting, you're better off crafting magic or rares most of the time. So, we press Shift F to open up the in-game loot filter and add a hide rule. Select Add Rule, Add Condition, and make that condition Rarity, selecting normal items from the Rarity dropdown. Note that at the top it says in the rule name what it's doing, hide all normal items. Click Add Rule and it'll go on the list. Next up, think about your build. What items will you never use? Maybe you're playing a Sentinel and you don't think you'll ever use a wand, scepter, catalyst, quiver or bow. As such, we don't need to see those items ever. So what we'll do is we'll add another rule, add a condition and make that condition item type. Now we go through and select all of the item types that we don't want to see. We can rename the rule to something easier to remember and then add the rule. Now hold on, we still want to see special wands and stuff for other builds, right? Like uniques and set items? For sure, so let's fix that too. We'll now create a rule to override the hide rule that we just added for fancy things. Add a rule, select show, and add a condition, and select rarity. Select set, unique, and exalted items. Note that the name is show all set, unique, exalted items. Now we add this rule, and in our list, we make sure that it's always above the hide rules. Rules at the top of the list take priority, so put your shows above your hides, and your recolor and emphasis rules above everything else. As of this point, we now have a basic decluttering loot filter. As you play, you can add more things to your hide rules as you discover that they aren't what you need. When you get to the point where you're wearing all rare items and magic items stop being useful for the most part, we can then step things up to the next level. Let's click on our hide normal items rule, and in the rarity condition, let's also select magic to hide those as well and click update. Blue items are hidden now. However, what about the rare affixes and chase affixes for our build? Well, let's do what we did for fancy wands earlier and add a rule to override this hiding rule. This time though, we'll make sure that we really notice those items. For visibility, we select recolor and choose a color that we like. The emphasize option lets you capitalize all the letters on the loot label for if you really want it to stand out. Then we add a condition and make it affix. Now we can select what affixes get highlighted. You can experiment with this rule and add or remove things whenever you want. I suggest starting with class specific and selecting the ones that relate to your build. If you're not sure, you can always select all of them and trim them down as you decide that they aren't useful. You could also add things like movement speed and increased and hybrid health. Once you add this rule, even magic items with one of these affixes will now be highlighted. Just make sure this rule is on top of the hide rules. You now have a very functional loot filter, refined a bit for your build, and the skills to refine it further as you go. With that said, the community is always seeking to make things easier for people, so there are some presets that you can get. Heavy's loot filters are a good example, which have presets for each class. To import a loot filter, simply copy the raw text of the filter to your clipboard and select Add New Loot Filter and paste the clipboard contents. Keep in mind that even a great preset will need customization to specify it for your build. It's also a good idea to read the author's explanation for how their preset works and how it can be customized. Now folks, I hope this guide has been helpful in getting you going in Last Epoch. It's a fantastic game with a lot of potential. I've been playing since first alpha, so it's great to see so many new people trying it out. Please feel free to share any questions or beginner's tips of your own in the comments below. Thanks to EHG for sponsoring this guide. It took a long time to make and their support made it much easier to do. That's it for now. I'm Ziggy D, and thanks for watching.
Hey YouTube, welcome back. I have 11 starter builds for you for 0.9 multiplayer, but first I have a very important message. You do not need a starter. Okay, let's fix that real quick. Build. You don't need a starter build. If you think you need a starter build, chances are that you're playing a game like Path of Exile. Path of Exile is very different than Last Epoch in that it's very possible to brick your build. You can get to a point where you can no longer fix your build, and the most reasonable thing to actually fix your build is just to restart from zero. Last Epoch, it is very, very difficult to brick your build. Tongue-in-cheek, you could pick Shaman, but even then, you could still have fun, you just can't have as much fun as the other classes, but I digress. Respeccing builds, respeccing your masteries, respeccing your skills, those are all very easy things to do. The only thing that you can't change is your starter class and the mastery that you selected around level 20 or 25 or so. Yeah, we have 11 starter builds for this video here, and we spent a lot of time making sure that the build planners and the masteries and everything in the itemization made sense for you. And these aren't perfectly min-max builds, but they're a great starting point that really capture all the different things that you can do in Last Epoch. But you don't need them. If you're a new player and you want to jump into Last Epoch, read your skills, read what they do, click on some nodes, respec them if you'd like to, you're going to have fun, you're going to have a good time. You don't need a perfectly min-max build in order to enjoy the first 100 hours of Last Epoch. I guess maybe more than that too? I don't know, whatever. The point of your first build in Last Epoch is that you have enough fun that it makes you want to play another build. And that's pretty easy to do because the game is great and there's a lot of good builds in it. Now, before I start giving you the starter builds here, let me say one important thing for any new players out there. If you want to try out different skills, if you want to mess around, unspec, respec into different things, my recommendation is at least until level 50, 60, maybe 65 or 70, at least until you're in Monoliths, getting a lot of experience from those experience tome rewards in the Monolith web. Until you get to that point, don't unspec your main damaging skill. You have 5 skills. While you're leveling, you have like 3, maybe 4 of them. Unspec one of those other skills and use that in order to experiment with different things. Don't unspec the main damaging skill, the one that has a whole bunch of levels in it already, because if you do that, you'll find yourself in a power deficit, and that's where the game starts to get a little bit challenging for new players. Keep your main damaging skill, experiment with the other ones, thank me later. Now, as we go through these builds, you're going to see one very important thing. What about suffixes? In the build planners that I'm going to give you for the next 11 builds, I didn't fill in any suffixes, because that's a lot of work. More importantly, it's beneficial to you to understand how to fill in your own suffixes. Of course, you want resistances, you want things like crit avoidance up to 100%, and you'd like to get your endurance up to 60%. But the most important thing that I want to tell you about is we're in a life meta right now. We build a lot of life in Last Epoch, and I recommend that you build a lot of life in Last Epoch too. If you're ever wondering what suffixes to get on a piece of gear, if that piece of gear can roll hybrid health, you put hybrid health on it. If it can roll percent health, you put percent health on it. Which is why all of my belts look the same, because belts can roll both hybrid health and percent health, so you put both of those on your suffixes, and then you just gotta worry about what 2 prefixes you want. If it can roll hybrid health, it's glove, belt, boots. Put hybrid health on your glove, belt, boots, you're gonna be very happy about it. If it can roll percent health, you put percent health on it, and that'll be your belt, your chest piece, and your helmet. Just put percent health on those, and you'll be in a good spot. The last thing to tell you about before we jump into the builds, well, we've only got one more thing, hold on, and that is set and unique items. I promise that says unique, don't judge me. For each of the builds that you're about to see, we have 1, maybe 2 set unique items for each of them. These are generally speaking pretty easy to farm. They're all common or relatively easy to get with the Rune of Ascendance. These are things that you really ought to have for the build. You can replace them with like some generic damage plus health plus resistance if you don't have that specific piece of gear, but you'd like to aim for it. I didn't want to overdo it with like a bunch of unique items and a bunch of LP. Obviously, there's a lot of min-maxing, especially when it comes to LP unique items in this game. But these are starter builds. You can figure that out for yourself. Or you can come ask me on twitch.tv/ParrowThePig, or you can jump in Discord, or even respond in the comment section of this video here. But these are starter builds. Let's get started. First up, we have 2 builds for the Sentinel base class. One's going to be a Paladin, and one's going to be a Void Knight. My first recommendation is something that I'm probably going to play when March 9th comes around, because this build is wicked easy to play, it's very easy to put together, and you basically level as it all the way to level 100. It's the fastest leveling to 100 that I've personally ever done. And that's Holy Trail Javelin. Holy Trail Javelin is a build that deals elemental damage over time. It is procced off of a throwing tag, but we're not going to scale any throwing damage at all. In fact, we're almost not going to be throwing, because half the time we're just going to proc this by lunging. You can have a more defensive setup by using a shield plus a wand, for example, but the reason that I recommend you use a two-handed spear is that you can proc this off of lunge, thereby doubling your damage. Because remember, if an enemy is standing on top of 2 holy trails, they take double the damage. And by weaving in a throw and a lunge and a reversal and a throw and another lunge, you can have 3, maybe 4 holy trails damaging an enemy at the same time. The unique items that I've included for this build, well, they're pretty easy to farm, and if you don't get them, it's really not a big deal. So I've included actually 3 of them. It's probably the biggest number of unique items that you'll see in any of these build planners. First is Titan Heart. Titan Heart is just a big chest piece with a bunch of life on it. And for me, who predominantly plays in hardcore, anytime that I use a two-hander, I like to use a Titan Heart because it gives me damage reduction. Realistically, a chest piece that has a bunch of life and vitality on it is going to be great as well. For our gloves, we have a pair of Atrophy. Atrophy is very easy to farm off the Raye boss in the Black Sun Monolith. It gives a bunch of extra penetration for any kind of damage over time. They're not necessary to get the build up and running, but they're a nice boost in damage. It's also pretty easy to farm these with 1 LP. Maybe you get some hybrid life on them, maybe you get some throwing speed, just something that helps you feel a little bit more tanky. And last but not least is the buffed Throne of Ambition here. Throne of Ambition used to give increased fire and cold damage, now it gives more fire and cold damage. This procs off of hitting an enemy, so you have to hit an enemy at least once every 4 seconds, but between Volatile Reversal and Lunge and the Javelin itself, we should be able to keep this up very easily. I'd feel very comfortable keeping this in the build. Now it's worth noting that only half of our damage is fire damage, the other half of our damage is lightning damage, so this is not 40% more damage, it's more like 20% more damage, but it also gives a good chunk of armor, and it's well worth the slot. One thing that I like about this build a whole lot is it's wicked fast. Even though we don't have a shield, we have tons of mobility and we can dodge skill shots from enemies very easily. It feels very fluid to play. And if you have like a level 1 spear from the ground that has % increased damage over time on it, you're good. You can just go to level 100 with that. There's upgrades. You can use a Deicide Lance that has that extra elemental penetration, which applies to both the fire and the lightning portion of our skill. It's great. You could even use a unique item if you wanted to farm up something like a Judicator Staff, which is pretty much perfect for this build. We'd like to get this with LP, sure, but that's a lot of min-maxing. Listen, this is a starter build, and it's one of the smoothest you're ever going to find. My second build recommendation is something that I think is awesome, and I would be very excited to try it. Some minor variation of this is going to be incredible. I'm not sure if this is the perfect one, but this is something that I might play as well, and this is second hit crit, Rive, Void Knight, scaling the echo damage. I'm going to recommend that you use a one-handed axe so that we can get tons of defense from a shield as well. I always feel like when I'm playing a Void Knight, I have tons and tons of damage, I'm just lacking some defense. So I like to use a shield, if possible, whenever I can when I'm playing a Void Knight. This build is going to take a whole bunch of echo chance and build tons of vitality because of the new nodes that are in Rive's skill tree. Rive has +1 void damage per vitality when wielding an axe. This is one-hander and two-hander. But we also have these nodes on the far left, which is echo chance is doubled, and then we have a more damage multiplier, and that more damage multiplier is tripled for the echo damage itself. This is a generic more multiplier. I technically want to try this with bleed as well, but I'm going to recommend that you play crit because I'm more sure that the crit version is very good. The bleed's experimental. I'll play that one. Now, why are we going second hit crit instead of third hit crit with a guaranteed crit? Well, in the top middle of the Rive skill tree, we no longer have that fat more damage multiplier that applies to only the third hit. So I think the third hit optimization or version of this build is a little worse than it used to be. So we're just going to go second hit crit because we can already get a bunch of crit from the prefix of our weapon from just 1 or 2 points down here for the first and second hit base crit. And I think that'll be just fine. Another one of the reasons that I like second hit so much is that you get tons and tons of attack speed. You have some more multipliers that apply to the first and second hit. You get a pull, which pulls enemies closer to you, which is one of the best mechanics for any melee build in any video game. And it just feels very, very good to play. This is my preferred version of Rive, even before this patch dropped. Because we have so much echo chance, we're also going to take a piece of gear and put echo damage when a skill is echoed, and we might even grab that on some of our idols too, if we have the extra space for it. I said that there were a couple options for how you might consider building this. I like using a shield, but if you don't like having a shield, you might try farming up the unique item Apathy's Maw, which drops from the Shade of Robus, even normal monoliths. And the reason that Apathy's Maw is so interesting is not only do you get the damage per vitality while wielding an axe, because it's an axe, but there's also this new node here on the middle left of the Rive skill tree. If you've ever wanted to dual wield melee two-handed weapons, you can kind of dual wield two-handed weapons with Rive. This says if you're using a two-handed weapon, stats on the weapon that directly add or increase damage or have a chance to apply ailments are doubled for Rive. I haven't tried it out. This looks incredible. I would try this if I had a Apathy's Maw that had crit on it. If you're a gamer out there who likes going non-crit for some reason, you could even try this with a Singularity idol. Moving on to our second starting class, we talked about Sentinel, and now we'll talk about Mage. I've got two recommendations here. One is for a Sorc build, and one is for a Spellblade build. There's plenty of good recommendations here, and in fact, they're pretty much all going to level the same using Glacier plus Mana Strike until you get to something else. Glacier just is so good at early levels for clearing out big packs of enemies. No matter what your endgame build is as a mage, you're probably going to start out using Glacier and Mana Strike just for a little bit. But the first build that I recommend to you here is Static Orb plus Lightning Blast. We actually talked about a couple of variations of this build, but I think this is a classic, and I would like to keep it as lightning damage, crit, and a little bit of a mana focus as well. And when I say mana focus, what I really mean is I play this build differently than other people do because I love having very easy mana situation where I don't need a bunch of mana regeneration. And in my opinion, the fewer times that I cast focus in order to regenerate mana, the more fun that I'm having. So I'm going to recommend this version of the build. If you like using focus, what's wrong with you? Okay, but really, if you like using focus, just use focus and ignore the technology that I'm about to tell you about. There's something called Mana Tunnel, and using Mana Tunnel on teleport means your next skill is free, and even if you teleport and then you use Static Orb, you still get the refund by casting Lightning Blast. So the playstyle of my particular version of this build is every time you teleport, not always on cooldown, but pretty much on cooldown. Every time that you use teleport, your next skill has to be Static Orb. And then you cast Lightning Blast once or twice. Static Orb does a great job of clearing up all the trash monsters, and then there'll be one tanky monster, one like rare unique monster left, and then you just Lightning Blast them to death, which deals a tremendous amount of damage. One of the benefits of this is your mana is basically always going to be capped up, because you're always refunding mana, and Static Orb, even though we have a couple increases to the damage, is going to be free about half the time. If you've never seen this in action, I've got another YouTube video called Mana Tunnel, Solving Your Mana Problems. I'll link that in the description of this video as well, along with the build planner for this version of the build. The important things to call out for a mage build here, for the Sorc build, is we're still going to be life-based. We'll have a little bit of incidental ward. If you want to min-max this build later and go Fractured Crown with damage taken from mana before health, awesome, because it's very, very good, especially with the Mana Tunnel stuff that I just talked about. But for getting started, this is going to be an incredibly smooth leveling experience. Static Orb has a ton of AoE damage, Lightning Blast is one of the best single target skills in the game. You're just going to feel like you always have enough damage to blow up the monsters in front of you. Now in 0.9, there's a couple things changing that might make you want to do some experimentation with this build. So we'll talk about one of those real quick. We already talked about Throne of Ambition when we were talking about those Sentinel builds. Throne of Ambition gives up to 40% more cold and fire damage, but it doesn't give any lightning damage. Fortunately, you can actually convert your Lightning Blast and your Static Orb to cold damage, and then you can use a Throne of Ambition to have 40% more damage, along with some extra armor scaling in the build. I don't know if this is better, because Lightning tends to be very good. You get Shock as well, you get a nice blessing for the Lightning Shred in your build, but the ailments have also been nerfed as well. So Shock only scales up to 10 times, the Resistance Shred ailments only scale up to 10 stacks as well, so the benefit that Lightning had over Fire and Cold is a little bit less than it used to be, and Throne of Ambition is a bit better than it used to be, especially offensively from more. So if you want to try a cold version build, kind of spicy, kind of cool, but my recommendation is to really try and true lightning damage, because it's very good. The second mage build that we're going to talk about here is actually one that I've already done a YouTube video on, so fortunately I can just link that video to you and it'll explain everything. My recommendation here is Surge plus Staff. Yes, Surge can be used as a melee skill. It's very good as a melee skill too, believe it or not. But I really like this new unique item, and I've had a lot of fun playing this build. So, this is going to be using an item called Fragment of the Enigma. It is a common unique item. It's not mandatory for the build to get started, but it's certainly best in slot. It's very, very strong. It's also a lot of fun. So whether you choose to take this build in a mind over matter kind of direction using Fractured Crown like I have in the past, or whether you want to try out the ward scaling version like I did in my most recent YouTube video, your damage is going to be excellent no matter what you defense is. So Mana Strike plus Surge, we're going to be applying a lot of spark charges to the enemy. Those spark charges are going to deal a little bit of damage. If we have this unique item, they're going to deal a lot of bit of damage. But the point is, we will be attacking enemies very quickly, scaling a lot of melee attack speed. Even though we can basically off-screen enemies with our melee attack, we're going to be stacking up static charges as quickly as we can, and they'll be discharging those static charges at the end of our surge. So we'll be surging into a pack of enemies, blowing up that big pack of enemies, and having a big chunk of damage go off. Technically, this uses a quote-unquote interaction. This interaction exists in 0.15. It has existed in the 0.9 multiplayer beta. It seems to continue to exist. I would be unsurprised if this interaction changes at some point, but right now, it seems like it's still in the game, so I still love it. If this interaction changes at some point, I would recommend just playing melee surge instead and scaling melee critical strike damage using a crystal sword. That's going to be a very, very good build. But let's get back to this build because I love this build. This build is basically enabled by one key interaction, and that is this node here called Power Surge. It adds a big mana cost, and then static also has a cooldown per per static charge that you are discharging when you use static. So the interaction is Surge, when you cast static on arrival, doesn't get this mana cost, and it also bypasses the cooldown of static. So the only thing we care about is generic cooldown recovery speed and cooldown recovery speed idles for Surge, and then also our mastery, which will give us more cooldown recovery speed for Surge. We get to bypass both the cooldown of static and the mana cost of static. If that changes at some point in the future, then this build is different, nerfed, probably not playable, maybe different in some other way. But right now, it certainly seems like that's the case. So I would still feel comfortable recommending this build because I think that it's going to be remaining unchanged. Moving on to our third base class, we're going to be talking about some rogue builds. And actually, both the rogue builds I'm going to recommend to you are bleed builds, which might sound weird because bleed is getting nerfed. All ailments are getting nerfed in 0.9 because they're losing ailment effect, and all of that's being changed into penetration with that ailment instead. But here's the thing, if you want a starter build and an incredibly easy leveling experience throughout the entire game, these builds are really insane. They get to use Puncture, which is one of the earliest skills that you have access to as a rogue. And the reason that Puncture is so strong is that in the top middle of the Puncture skill tree, we have a global buff that gives 360% chance to a bleed on hit to all of your skills, not just a Puncture. So as long as we can keep up those stacks, we poke an enemy a couple times to build up those stacks, and then as long as we poke every once in a while, we will maintain those stacks. And that gets applied to all of the other skills we have, whether it's Shurikens or Detonating Arrow or something else. And I've actually played this build in the past, and I love it. So this is Bleed Detonating Arrow. My recommendation, of course, for any kind of bow build is to use an Arrow Guard. This is not quite Bastion of Honor, but I think it's pretty close. Arrow Guard, to me, as someone who plays in hardcore, is pretty much the only quiver that exists. It's very easy to get LP on this. If you want to get some extra like bow attack speed or chance to bleed on it, it's very possible. And that glancing blow chance up to 50% is a bit too good. I'd be unsurprised if this gets nerfed at some point in the future. But right now, it's almost the only quiver that exists. But Bleed Detonating Arrow is already playable in the past, and what's more is it actually gets a new more damage multiplier. So we have a node on the middle left of the Detonating Arrow skill tree. It says ailments inflicted by Detonating Arrow deal more damage over time, 25%. So this is just a new 25% more damage multiplier. And yeah, we lost ailment effect, but we weren't really getting that much ailment effect in this build anyways. This is great. I'm very happy with the inclusion of this new node here. My preferred way of playing Detonating Arrow uses Barrage, which means that there's a cone instead of a circle, and I like to have the no arming time. Some people in Twitch chat have told me that they prefer not using the cone, they like having AoE instead. You can mess around with that, it's really not the defining feature of the build. What's important is that Detonating Arrow has 3 separate bow hits to it. It has the arrow itself, it has the explosion, which is a bow hit, and it also has lightning tendrils on the far right side, which is also a bow hit. So all of those bow hits, those 3 separate hits, get the 360% bleed chance from puncture, along with any other bleed chance or bow bleed chance you have in the rest of your build, and it does a lot of damage very, very quickly. One of the reasons that bleed detonating arrow is a thing, whereas poison detonating arrow really is not and has not been in the past, is that anytime you convert detonating arrow to fire or poison or cold, you lose lightning tendrils. This is kind of criminal. I'm sad that this is the case, but lightning tendrils really are the best part of detonating arrow. For both these bleed builds, you're going to see that I recommend using Valdir's Chalice. Valdir's Chalice is not so common. It's a little bit rare. It's a little bit hard to get. If you do get it, it's easily best in slot. It is extremely strong. But up until that point, you don't really need it. You're going to stay very healthy. The physical damage over time leached its health is not the defining factor of this. It's just an excellent all-round chalice for any kind of bleed build. And until you get it, you could very easily just use a different chalice or a different relic instead. I wanted to include this here because it is so strong for any kind of bleed. Other optimizations for this kind of bleed detonating arrow character might be using a Rain of Winter. It sounds weird to say this, but Rain of Winter, just because it has the chance to cast Icicle on bow hit, remember we actually have 3 components of detonating arrow that all count as bow hits: the initial hit, the explosion, and the tendrils themselves. So each of those can proc this Icicle, and those Icicles can benefit from generic chance to bleed on hit. So a Rain of Winter, if you get attack speed, or maybe attack speed plus bleed chance on it, is pretty insane. I've had this in the past. It's definitely best in slot, but up until that point where you get 1 or 2 LP on a Rain of Winter, just use a normal obsidian bow and you're going to be very happy with your damage. Another optimization to keep your eye out for with this kind of build is Salt the Wound. Salt the Wound got changed. It's a side grade, not quite better, not quite worse, but it's still a very good pair of gloves, and then it allows you to start scaling critical strike multiplier. Don't worry about using crit multi in your build until you get Salt the Wound, but once you do, it's very, very good. And speaking of rogue builds that get optimized using Salt the Wound that allow you to start scaling crit multi instead, we have our Blade Dancer recommendation for a good League Starter build for 0.9. So Bleed Umbral Blades is a very, very good build, not only in 0.8.5, but also in 0.9. We've already tested this out. You can get more damage out of this build. There's a lot of optimizations to be made, but this is a pretty simple setup. And because it's one of my builds, I'm going to prioritize having quality of life, because I feel like the damage is already high enough. What quality of life, you say? Well, in our Umbral Blade skill tree, we're going to have Umbral Blades that spin and do not detonate. You will get more damage out of this build if you put up with the detonations, but I like having spinning Umbral Blades that do not disappear when they touch an enemy because I want them to continue to apply ailments. But Umbral Blades is getting nerfed in 0.9, but I'm sure that this build is still good. The big nerf to Umbral Blades is that they are only damaging one enemy, even if you have 3 of them on. Let me try that again. An enemy can only be damaged by 1 Umbral Blade at a time, which means even if you have 3 Umbral Blades that are visually on top of an enemy, they're only ticking damage and getting bled damage by 1 Blade Storm at a time. However, there's actually a little buff to go along with that change. Umbral Blades apply damage faster and they apply ailments faster than they used to, which means it's really not that much of a loss of damage. If you want to be fancy with this kind of build, the ailment penalty that Umbral Blades have to apply ailments is actually not applied to the recall, and I've done a Frostbite Umbral Blade build in the past. It was kind of cute. I've heard other people say that they've had some success playing Bleed Recall Umbral Blades. I'm not going to recommend that, but if you want some spicy technology to try out in your own time, maybe that's something that you try too. Certainly, this is my recommendation. Plenty of damage, very tanky, good mechanics, and lots of quality of life. Other than the Valdir's Chalice, and we've talked about some Salt the Wound gloves, which would allow you to start speccing into crit multi and building crit multi on your gear. The other unique item that we'll talk about real quick is the helmet. So this is Corsair's Blood Cowl. We could actually use this along with the Corsair set, the Corsair Shield, or you could use the unofficial Corsair set, which is Bastion of Honor, because Bastion of Honor is somehow still in this game. And it's basically tailor-made for this build. So as soon as you can find one of these things, it says common. To me, it feels uncommon, but you'd like to be including this thing as soon as you get it. The nice thing about a build like this is if you want to transition into the crit multi-scaling version with Salt the Wound, the pair of unique gloves, or even if you want to try out some crit Umbral Blades, which by the way is undoubtedly still one of the best builds in the game, still very strong even with the Umbral Blades nerf, you can, because you'll just be dropping some bleed synergies around your build and picking up some generic damage instead, and all of a sudden your crit build is going to feel very good. As an aside, I'm not sure if you noticed this yet, but one of my priorities for all of these 11 starter builds I'm giving you is that you can swap them over to other builds if you'd like to. They're not just hard, set in stone, you only do this one thing. I want you to experiment, I want you to play around with your builds, and I want you to have a good time. And this build is certainly going to let you do that. Moving on to our fourth starting class, we have Primalist, and I'm going to recommend one build for each of the 3 masteries. One for Swarmblade form, one for Werebear form, and one for Spriggan form. I know what I said, don't correct me. The first build here is one of the funniest builds that I've ever played, and it's plaguing my existence. It continues to pop up. Oh god, it popped up. And that's Totem Pop. I'm going to recommend that you play this build as a druid. Technically, you could also play this as a shaman as well, but I'm sure the druid version is the best. What's funny about this build is it really pops off pretty early in the game, around like level 30 or 35 or so, as soon as you get a couple points in your Spriggan form skill tree. And when you're leveling the build, you're basically a minion poison build. You don't need anything on your gear, you need life, you'd like to have as much cast speed as possible. It's going to make it feel excellent even for leveling. And then around level 70, 75, maybe even 80, you'll want to make a decision about what direction you want to take this build. I'm pretty sure that the cold crit druid version is the best version of this, using things like Death Rattle Amulet, the totem set using the Fairboar Chisel and the Fairboar Ring, and also Julra's Gloves to get armor shred onto your totems. But realistically, if you wanted to stay with the poison build, you'd still be fine. I think one of the most interesting things that you could do with this, though I'm not sure that it's going to compare with the fully min-maxed crit version, is you can go a Frostbite, which using the new Frostbite conversion node in the Thorn Totem skill tree. The one thing to note about the Thorn Totem Frostbite version, if you do choose to go that version instead, is that you gotta use Serpent's Milk. It's kind of interesting. I don't think it's as powerful as the crit, but it's new and it's cool, and I'll talk about it. You can give your minions a big chance to poison on hit, but a reduction to their poison damage, but of course they're not going to deal poison damage because the chance to poison on hit gets converted to Frostbite using the node in the Thorn Totem skill tree. It's cool, it's new, I think it's pretty good, but I don't think it fully compares with the min-maxed crit version that I've been talking about. So speaking of talking about, let's talk about it. The fully min-maxed version of the cold crit totem pop build. My recommendation is to go a druid because now that we can convert to cold damage and take advantage of it, we get to not only have extra % increased health and mana from our druid mastery, but we also get 24 cold penetration from our druid mastery. I feel like this build's pretty insane and maybe not strictly better, but a bit better than it used to be as well. And I opted to go druid not only for those first 2 things, but also for hide skin. Hide skin giving us, instead of 20% health gain as endurance, we have 30% health gain as endurance, which is an incredible layer of defense. And one of the reasons that I want that defense, of course, is that I'm going to recommend not using a shield. This build consistently feels amazing when you have a ton of cast speed. So I want to be using an offhand catalyst with as much cast speed as possible, with some exalted cast speed on it, exalted cast speed on my gloves, and as much cast speed across the rest of my build as possible. So I'm not going to use a shield, so I want to have some extra defense where I can. I think having the druid cold crit version, that's probably going to be the best version of this overall, and I love it, so maybe you will too. The second starter build that I'll recommend for the Primalist class is this Lightning Bug, and there's not really a skill that we're using, it's kind of Tornado, but the point is that we're going to scale the Lightning proc off of Tornado. It is a sub-skill of Tornado, it does inherit more multipliers, and it has much more range on it by default than it does in 0.8.5. So when 0.9 rolls out, the range on this thing is so much better than it used to be. It's playable, it's quite good. I say a lot that I'm a hardcore player and I like using a shield whenever possible. I like being as tanky as I can whenever possible. This is probably the only time that you'll ever see me recommend playing a dual wield build. So why? Why are we dual wielding all of a sudden? Why don't I like being tanky anymore? Well, that's because we have so many defensive layers available to us that I think it's worthwhile just to attack faster and have some extra dodge and keep up our impervious stacks and scale the rest of our defenses. I think it's fine. I think even in hardcore, I would feel very comfortable running this build dual wielding. So of course, taking a look at our druid mastery, we actually spec 63 points, which might be more points than I've ever put into druid in the past. So we have all 10 points into hide skin, we have all 5 points into impervious, and we're a melee build, kind of, and we keep up this impervious stack very, very well, which gives us a great source of damage reduction. Not only that, but in the Beastmaster Mastery, we have all of our points for damage reduction, including chance to gain Aspect of the Boar on melee hit, because we're a melee build, even though we're scaling spell damage and crit multi. Another reason that I like this build so much, it's actually my favorite Swarmblade build that I've ever played, is that we have very easy generation for rage. We don't need to use any unique items to manage our rage. We don't need to do any funny tricks to manage our rage. Just everything that keeps our rage nice and topped off, that keeps us permanently in Swarmblade form, is already right there in the build. I think this build has tons of quality of life to it, plenty of damage, fun playstyle, easy gearing. Yeah, this build's great. The last of the 3 Primalist builds that I'll be recommending here is a fan favorite. It's one of the smoothest leveling experiences you'll ever have. It's S tier build. Okay, maybe not S tier, but it's a very, very good build. And it got better in 0.9, so what's not to love? This build, of course, is the Cold Dot Werebear. The most important thing that I can tell you about this build, you've already heard about it a bunch, is that when you are leveling this build, when you're level 5 or 6 and you're running through the very early parts of the campaign, I recommend that you, instead of picking up Gambler's Fallacy, or health gain on crit, I really recommend that you grab the other quest item from that very early quest. Grab Avarice. These gloves have elemental damage leached as health, and you're going to be dealing a lot of elemental damage over time. These Avarice gloves are going to stick with you all the way until you get spell damage leached as health from your Blessing from Black Sun, the Raye, which is the 2nd monolith. Until you get that, you're just going to use some level 5 gloves and you're going to be very happy about it. This is plenty of leech. They're pretty good gloves, but they're just not endgame. Now, whether you want to be using a 2-handed staff, whether you want to use a Titan Heart to go with that 2-hander, maybe you want to dual wield, maybe you want to go Scepter plus Shield, which is my recommendation. There's plenty of things that you could do, but let's talk about the most important parts of playing the Cold Dot Werebear build in 0.9. And that's, first of all, I think you're really going to want this unique item. And by really, I mean like, really? Maybe really? I'm not sure how much. You're going to want to use a Tears of the Forest unique amulet. It is common. You should be able to get this. Maybe you can get it with LP as well. But this is the reworked Garden of Rage node. So you'll note that in our skills, we're no longer going to be speccing Spriggan form, and instead we get to spec into Swipe. So all of our Rage Sustain, if you want the easy mode, comes from this amulet. If you don't have the amulet, you got to worry about your rage a little bit more, maybe take rage generation in other places, like in the Werebear skill. But in terms of damage output, we've got 2 great new toys to play with. One is Swipe. Swipe, instead of being a skill that only gives us % increased damage and wasn't really worth speccing into, now we do spec into it. So we get more damage, up to 5 times 5, 25% more damage globally to the rest of our build. And then the other important thing to talk about is, well, Throne of Ambition. So we have a easy access, relatively easy, access to more damage multipliers in our build. Throne of Ambition used to give % increased fire and cold damage, but now it gives % more fire and cold damage, up to 40%. Not only that, but it gives more armor instead of % increased armor. This is excellent, and it's a great reason to want to play any kind of cold or fire-based build in 0.9. We've done 4 of the starter classes. Let's talk about the last starter class, Acolyte. We're going to talk about 1 build for Lich and 1 build for Necromancer. For the Lich build, I'm going to recommend something that has almost not changed in the past 2, maybe 3 years. It's a pretty stock standard Lich build. We get to use Reaper form and Death Seal and tons of damage. Let's talk about it. We'll be playing a Rip Blood Transplant character. In the past, this build was almost the same, but there's a little bit of intricacy to it, so let's talk about those real quick. Rip Blood's being changed in 0.9. The most notable node is this one right here. Instead of giving % increased damage, we now have global spell damage, which is the flat adaptive stuff, on hit. Rip Blood hits grant you this. So if you're hitting multiple enemies, or if you're proccing it off of your transplant times 3, you get a bunch of flat damage, which applies not only to your transplant, but your Rip Blood, and also to the Death Seal procs of the Death Wave. It sounds pretty insane to me. Anytime that you see a Rip Blood build in Last Epoch, it's probably a transplant build at its heart, because transplant's going to have much more damage on it than Rip Blood is. Rip Blood's kind of a utility, it's there, we're spamming it very often, but transplant's the thing that we're going to be Goomba stomping on top of our enemies to deal a tremendous amount of damage. Transplant got changed a little bit. It no longer has 7 detonations of different bodies, but instead we have a bunch of more damage multipliers, and it procs our Bone Curse for us. So of note, when you use Transplant, the Bone Curse gets applied and then the damage applies after that. So you don't need to apply this twice or transplant twice in order to take advantage of this. we just get gazunga damage with very low effort. If you've never played a Lich before, I recommend you play a Lich. It's something special when you have that much movement speed, you have 2 health bars, you have tons of leech, generic leech built into your build, you have 2 movement skills, you have permanent frenzy and haste. It's a really, really fun class to play. And of course, the important part about this is Death Seal. I would never use Death Seal without taking this note on the very far left. When you turn on your Death Seal, you lock yourself at 33% of your health. You get increased damage, more damage, stun reduction, armor, procs, more damage off of the dam stacks on the far right side here. There's a lot going for Death Seal. It's one of the most impactful skills in the whole game. Regarding unique items, I'm trying to only recommend 1, maybe 2 unique items for each of these builds. There's 2 unique items that really stand out for a build like this on a Lich. One is very common, and one is pretty rare. So the common one is this Grimoire of the Dam. That's not in the name of it. What's this thing called? Grimoire of Necrotic Elixirs. Yeah, this thing right here. This gives flat damage, up to 40 necrotic for your spells for the next 4 seconds on potion use, and it also gives you a ton of less damage taken for necrotic, void, and poison damage. 3 of the most damaging types in the whole game. This is great. This thing should probably be used on more builds than it really is, especially considering that you can get LP on it pretty easily. In fact, this is one of the few items that I even have 4 LP on it now. So for you min-maxers out there, realistically, the item that you want to be using for your main hand is Marina's Lost Soul. One of the strongest things about Marina's is that it has so much flat damage on it for a wand, which is not as important as it used to be with the addition of the adaptive damage globally on Rip Blood. But we still have a ton of % increased damage, we still have cast speed, and we still have the you are damned when you cast a spell. So once you start using Marinas, or realistically once you start speccing into the dam nodes on your Death Seal, you want to not use Cleanse on your belt prefix. So normally every build that I ever play has Cleanse as a belt prefix. But for this build in particular, we'd like to have as many stacks of Dam on ourselves as possible. And we can leech through them, it's fine, but every time that we have a Dam stack on ourselves, we're giving ourselves a bigger and bigger more multiplier for the waves from Death Seal while it's active, which is tremendous amounts of damage. I really recommend that you use this and then just don't use Cleanse in your build. You'll thank me later. Our 11th and final build recommendation for starter builds for 0.9 is something that I had the most trouble with finding a good recommendation for. I know how I would level a Necromancer poorly, and then I'd complain about it, and then I would swap over to playing Flame Rates, and then I would just stomp the entire game. But that's just me. This isn't about stomping the entire game and complaining along the way. What I'd like to do is give you a build that starts pretty early, feels good to level, has some min-maxing available to it, and feels great. So I think that people who want to play Necromancer builds in Last Epoch or any action RPG are looking for a build like this, and it is fine, it is playable. I don't think it's the best, but I think you're going to enjoy it, and it'll give you a lot of options for trying out different things in the future. So speaking of Necromancer builds, do yourself a favor. The most important thing that you can do as a Necromancer is to use Dreadshade. I watch a lot of Twitch streams, maybe you do too, but I see plenty of people out there who play Necromancers and don't want to use Dreadshade because it kills your minion, because it drains their health. And I feel as though those people haven't read the rest of the nodes in Dreadshade, or maybe they just haven't experimented enough, which is fine. You're allowed to be a new player, that's totally okay. But I want you to use Dreadshade. It is extraordinarily strong, and it's the linchpin of the entire Necromancer mastery. If you're not using Dreadshade, you're just doing yourself a disservice, and your damage is going to be a fraction of what it could be. So with that said, the build that I'm recommending here, I'm just going to call this build Necromancer Zoo Skeleton Summoner. We're going to have a whole bunch of skeleton archers, a whole bunch of skeleton mages, and then we'll scale up their damage along with some volatile zombies. Those volatile zombies are really what make the build feel so good for leveling, and the rest of our damage is just going to be cold damage. So I recommend using a shield for a very long time, if not forever. But there is some min-maxing to be done. If you'd like to try out using a catalyst instead, there's a new set catalyst that's called Lich's Scorn. Lich's Scorn is a pretty impactful item if you want to be investigating this as a potential min-max or variant of the build. But there's actually tons of unique items that you could be using for any kind of skeleton archer, skeleton mage build like this. You could use the Synathia set, which is a scepter and a shield. You could be using the Death Rattle Amulet to give your minions tons of crit multi, but make them take a little bit of extra damage. You could go Lich's Scorn, which we just talked about, the offhand, to convert your Dreadshade into cold damage. Aric's Bone is a mace that gives you a bunch of armor shred. It's low levels as well. And for even more min-maxing, you could use the Jewelra gloves to put more armor shred, or even some resistance, some extra damage, cast speed, and attack speed onto your minions. Those Jewelra gloves are pretty impactful. So the two things that I do want to call out about this build in particular, while you're leveling it and then working for min-maxing, is first of all, Volatile Zombie. Volatile Zombie does a tremendous amount of damage at a very low level. Using this to clear out big packs of enemies, a bunch of little spiders on the ground, you're going to feel great with this. I love taking this node over here for the 16% kill threshold, which is what my cat's trying to do to me as she bites me. And the other thing that I want to call out for this build here is, well, if you've ever played Path of Exile or minions in any other video game, you know that having the ability to pull all of your minions to you, especially while using a movement skill, is busted. So we have some extra points that we can spec into with Summon Skeletal Mage, and these nodes, I don't know what to call them, maybe Grave Passage, maybe you just call this Skelly Mage Teleport, maybe you call it Skeleport, but whatever you call it, you can pull most, if not all, of your minions along with you and get some insane clear speed out of this. It also makes it very easy to make sure that all of your minions, especially those that are just right centered on you, are affected by that Dread Shade. So there you have it. We have 11 builds to start out in a 0.9 multiplayer patch when it launches on March 9th of this year. We've been waiting a long time. I'm awfully excited. I still don't know what I'm going to play, but if you end up picking one of these builds or even a variation of this build, let me know in the comment of this video here. I will probably be racing in one of the community events to kill the tier 4 dungeon bosses when March 9th finally gets here. It's one of those events run by Vision GL. I've got a video about that as well. I think it's the previous video of this. So drop by Twitch, or even, I think I'll have a YouTube video up about that as well if you want to see what's going on with me, but I'd love to know what you're playing too. So thank goodness multiplayer is finally here. I'll see you then.
Okay, hello everybody, welcome to another video. So I just posted a video like a normal, which is actually kind of rare for me lately, an actual just, you know, standard upload, not going live or anything like that. I've just realized you guys can't hear the game here, where I talked a little bit about the big update, the big studio update. Why can't you hear Guild Wars 2? That's so strange. Is it because there's no noise actually going on? No. Hold on, let's just say default device here. Oh, there we go. Now we can hear it. Yeah, so I just, basically, today's a big day. Let's get a timestamp here for anyone watching this in the future. This is Monday the 13th, start of a new work week. And it's a big day because ArenaNet have just announced the future of Guild Wars in terms of like how they're going to handle expansions and living world updates, that kind of thing. I mean, really, really massive announcement. So I did a little video about it. I wanted to do this as well, where we can have a bit more of a casual chat back and forth. So this is really one for you guys in the live chat here. We can just see what we think about this post, sort of on a more casual basis and a more chit-chatty sort of basis. So if you guys have any questions or thoughts, just throw them at me and then I'll bounce back off of you. But to go through the basics, they've killed the idea of living world, which I love. I think this is a really, really good thing. I've never liked the... Well, okay, once upon a time, I really liked the idea of living world. But, you know, in other MMOs, they'll release something like Heart of Thorns. And then there'll just be some patches after Heart of Thorns. And then that's it. You don't need to name the patches. You don't need to brand it as the next episode or whatever. And you don't need to do any, like, weird, fancy... you know, bundling and selling of it, where people have to log in immediately. There's fear of missing out and all that kind of stuff. Otherwise, you know, you have to pay gems. You don't have to do all that stuff. In other games, in the video I just put up, I used Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers as an example. When you go online and you hear people talking about that game and that expansion, Shadowbringers, and they're all gushing over it and they're talking about how amazing it is, they're not just talking about the expansion itself. They're talking about all the patches that came after it. And to them, that's just all one. That's all the same thing. It's all Shadowbringers. It's the expansion and the patches later. Why would it be a separate thing? But that's not true in Guild Wars. Guild Wars, right? If you look at Path of Fire, which was a pretty good story, pretty decent. But you look at Season 4 after it. Season 4 is amazing. Like, everything about the destruction of Kralkatorrik in the last two patches is fantastic. But people don't credit it Path of Fire for that. because it's sold separately, it's branded separately. We're encouraged to think of it as a totally different thing. In fact, we're encouraged to think of every little patch as a totally separate thing. So when each patch isn't that long or whatever, you know, it ends up feeling really underwhelming. There's something psychologically happening with Guild Wars and the way that they've bundled and talked about their releases for 10 years that's just been really stupid. And I think it's an unfortunate consequence of ArenaNet's tendency to over-engineer their ideas. So if they just killed the idea of a season, then we would just think of this all together. You would just think of everything about POF as, you know, the Kraukatoric fight included. Look at even a character like Joko, right? Joko, who kind of dies really quickly, because in our minds Joko dies very fast because we think, well, he was only in it a bit in Daybreak, he was only a bit more in bugging the system, and then that's it, he's out in Long Live the Lich. If these things were just kind of packaged more fluidly and just like together, I think people might like even a character like Joko a little bit more. I'm not saying that Joko we got enough, because we didn't. But when you think about him as bundled as a part of all the other releases, and particularly POF, where there's a lot of Joko's influence, I don't know, I think there's a way we criticize and consume this game that it's just a massive downer with the way that they talk about it. You know, if I run an MMO website like where I'm trying to cover MMO news and I'm trying to write articles that will generate clicks, if I try to cover Guild Wars 2 and I say, oh, Living World episode blah blah blah, that's so... people don't click that. People outside of the game don't really understand what Living World means. They don't really get what to compare it to. And I mentioned this in the video as well, you've got a lot of people who played like early Living World Season 1, decided it was trash, or they stuck it out through Season 1, and then they tried Season 2, and people forget this, but as high quality as the Season 2 episodes are, there was still a really bad reputation for Living World. Basically, the idea of Living World got a very negative connotations, and a very negative, like, I don't know really how to phrase it. People had very, very knee-jerk, like, kick away from whenever they hear the phrase Living World, that basically built up over Season 1 and 2, where people, even though these were good patches, they would log in and they would get insanely annoyed that there was only like 2 hours of gameplay for them. And a lot of this is unfair, not real criticism, you know. There are side achievements, and there was always more to do, but just beating the story journal took 2 hours, so that's all they valued. So we're kind of straying into other conversations here, but no, the point is, Living World kind of had a bad rap. So then, for Season 3, even though it's pretty good, a bit all over the place, but pretty good, and Season 4, which was exceptional, people just sort of turned away from it. They just said, oh, well, it's just not worth anything. So they needed to kill the word Living World back at Season 2, frankly. It needed to go, because it doesn't even live up to what it ostensibly says, Living World, freeform patches, Sea of Thieves style or whatever. It's not that at all. So they really should have moved away, but they had the whole gem bundling sales thing. They've just been shackled to it for years and years and years. Of course, then you got a whole problem with the Icebrood Saga, where you can actually see already they didn't really have the confidence to call it Living World. It's gone now, so that's over. What we have, all right, and you're already living in it. You're already living in the new game plan. What we have... Oh, do you know what I should do? I should do this in old LA, because why not? Just a slightly different setting or a different sort of background for us here. By the way, I will do some fishing. In fact, if anyone wants to do fishing, like do a fishing party while we ramble and chat about stuff, I would love to do that. That's content I still haven't played much of, so we'll see. If you guys want to join me, type in your in-game chat /SQ join this. If you guys just type that, here, I'll keep it up here on the top left of my screen. If you guys type that in-game and you're on EU, we'll see if we can get a group together for fishing. Oh god, what was I talking about? I've totally forgotten where we were. Oh yeah, you're already living in it. So there is no Living World Season 6. I mean, what would they have even called it? Was this Season 5? What would they have even called it? And I've kind of had a sense that, you know, we're probably moving out of Living World for a long time. Most of my videos recently, I've been talking about Living World Season 6, but that's just a useful phrase. Like, what else are we going to refer to it as? But essentially, we're already in it. There is no name Season 6. The patches for End of Dragons are free. There's no such thing as missing out on them. You bought the expansion, therefore you have the patches. And it sounds like... Now, the blog post is a little vague about this. Now, I wonder what you guys in the live chat think on this. It sounds like there's going to be 4 patches that we get to play post End of Dragons. The first 2 are, it sounds like, set in the Jade Sea. There's a new map that's coming, and they're going to expand the map, patch by patch. The second 2, Christ knows where they are or what they'll be about, but they're setting up the next expansion. That's what it sounds like. And so actually, again, you know, if you followed me closely last year when I was playing all that Final Fantasy, you'll know that that's what they do over there. They have an expansion, then they have like 2 patches where they close down that expansion story, and then they have a few patches. I think they actually have 3. They have 3 instead of 2, and they usually split the 5th one in half as well. But whatever, they then spend the next 3 building up the next story. So I think that's probably what we're gonna have. We're gonna have 2 episodes in the Jade Sea, a new Jade Sea map, which is a good pick, by the way. I didn't talk about any of this in my video. Oh, from old LA, I can't really show you. But you know, I was disappointed by Dragon's End. At launch End of Dragons, because it doubled up as the Suwon map, which I don't think they should have done. So we kind of lost having a real Jade Sea map. So I think what we're going to get is a Jade Sea map now that I think probably the first release will feel nice, quiet, calm, peaceful, a Jade Sea map with renown hearts and stuff on it, you know, which should all be pretty good. But then what I think is going to happen is the expansion to the map will let us go deeper below the Jade. I think it's going to be about digging down and finding like a demon lair down there, finding out about Kanaksai, the Outcast, stuff like that. That should be pretty cool. So that's my thinking there. After that, though, we may not see any new open world maps. My guess is, now I would actually really like this, the other 2 patches before 2024's expansion, whatever that's going to be. It's amazing to think that that's, you know, potentially only 10 months away or whatever. My thinking is that we won't get any maps, but those 2 patches are just going to be like all around existing areas. So we'll have content in Kaineng, we'll have content in Lion's Arch, we'll have content in Ratasum, we'll have, you know, all over, and I think that works very well. And again, that's what Final Fantasy demonstrates quite well, I think, too. I could be reaching there. This does mean, when do we get Raisu Palace? I think there's space for like all the vampires and stuff like that. I think any story they want to tell, they can tell. But the fact that we're going to the Jade Sea next does mean Raisu feels a bit weird. Like, when are we going to go to Raisu? And then also, what about like the water monster in the depths? When are we going to go there, if ever? I mean, maybe it will be in the Jade Sea now. That would be a bit odd. Something to do with the Kraken or Zuhanuku or something. So I don't know exactly what they've got going on with that. These story threads now could actually be sort of super off in the distance. I don't know, it's weird. This mini expansion thing is weird in as much as I think a lot of stuff is now off the table. I think the blog post doesn't talk about this. I gotta leave. Sorry, we can't hang out in old LA because I can't open the map, and opening the map is super necessary. I think a lot of stuff is off the table now. In as much as, let's look at season 3. Oh wow, this character's never been to all. By the way, just a quick sidebar here. This is my new ranger. If you've been following my content, you'll know what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get 9 characters on my account, and they all have like lots of build templates. They have a template that's a meta build for structured PvE endgame on each spec, and I've got 9 characters, and they're like the big 9. And then I'll have a different 9 characters for World versus World and a different 9 characters for PvP. But so this is my new PvE ranger. I have an Asuran ranger, but I've come to realize Asura are so bad if you want to get into like fashion wars and care about skins and stuff. So I have a Sylvari. I'm trying to, and like each one is supposed to be like quintessential. So here we have a druid, right? And this is a very good alacrity healing druid build. But, you know, so I'm using the druid's staff, Yggdrasil, and I'm using the druid's shoulders, and I'm using the Bow of Melandri backpack, which, you know, these all work pretty well. But I'm not too sure about the skins on it just yet. And then down here I have a Soul Beast, who I've got to work on a lot more. But yeah, because I don't necessarily want the Mordrum skins if I'm using them, because this is supposed to look celestial and stuff. I don't know about the helmet. Why am I suddenly talking about this? This linked on from the previous conversation we were just having. Oh yeah, oh, I remember why. So this character is new, and I've got to like explore places. So they've never actually been to Ore. They've been here to get pets, but that's about it. So anyway, season 3 added Siren's Reef, right? A minor expansion to Ore. That was possible in season 3. This is now off the table. You will never get a random little update that gives you a place in the Scavenger's Causeway. You will never get a random update that takes you to this Wizard's Tower, or gives you the Delesio Seaboard. Sorry, the Delesio Seaboard. This just won't happen anymore. The only way... So, I think that's an interesting topic that I didn't mention in my video just now, but I do think is worth thinking about. There is potential to maybe keep doing stuff like that. So, for example, in Season 3, that same patch, it added, like, a little, you know, dungeon here. There's a little expansion. You have really cool maps like Fariner, you know. This is a map, but it's not a map. I think this is a really, really powerful thing for the game in terms of continuing to give us more stuff. You know, if they make strike missions and stuff, or, you know, there's a chance we can still get some things filled in, but without that, I don't know how we'll ever get Drowned Kaineng. I mean, maybe it's supposed to be... You know, unfogged. Fogged. The Jade... The Echoval Forest looks really cool. I don't know, if we get a Jade Sea map, like, when's Minister Wona's estate going to be a thing? Sorry, the Kirin Peak, as it's called here. When do we get Raisu Palace? It is a lot more restrictive than you might at first think. Now, I mentioned in my video, okay, they're only going to do 2 maps, but they could be very big maps. You know, a POF map is equivalent to 5 vanilla ones, and that's true in terms of size, not just size, right? I mean, the Desolation is the biggest, but in terms of, like, features and depth to the map. But even at that, I still think there's... The one thing, if you guys remember from POF, was the devs said that these POF maps were as big as they could possibly be. The engine could not support bigger maps than this. There was something very broken about it. Now, I don't know whether that's a hard line that their engineers can never, ever, ever go past. I would assume so, though. If you guys actually know POF very well, POF has 5 maps, right? It was actually only planned to have 4, just like Heart of Thorns, just like End of Dragons. It was only planned to have 4. But this was all 1 map originally. But it proved too big and too ambitious, so they cut it in half. That's why POF ended up in 5. And it wasn't anything to do with the content or, you know, getting more out of the X-Pack. It was just the engine itself couldn't support it, which is probably why the treasure hunting on the top half feels a bit iffy. Or, I don't know, maybe it was supposed to be sort of 2 funsy metas, you know, coins and treasure hunting. Anyway, so let's say in this new era of Guild Wars 2 that we've got massive maps, desolation-sized maps. You're still missing out on the little pieces. And I would really like to believe that the game has place for the little pieces. You know, I'd love a little thing here or something. So we'll see. They really didn't say much else in the blog post about, like, other kinds of things that would be coming. They mentioned fractals. They didn't commit to raids versus strike missions. They didn't commit to dungeons. They didn't commit to elite specializations. They're really cagey. So in my video, I actually said it was kind of a bad blog post. And one of the reasons I think it's a bad blog post is it's not necessarily that it's a bad blog post. It's that they're communicating things too early, I think. I think if you're not prepared to say that elite specs are or aren't in it yet, if you're not prepared to lock in what the expansions have very clearly, I think it's being said too early. People need to know what's being offered. You know, imagine that they held off this announcement until they were ready to give us the title of the X-Pack, the logo for the X-Pack, and the feature list for the X-Pack. Imagine that they did it all at once. I think that might go down better. Now, I haven't read any of the community review on it yet, but I do think people will be cynical. And I do think it's easy to think, this is weird. Mini X-Packs? What I want is to feel big and excited and broad about Guild Wars, and now I'm being told that I have to pay more regularly for mini content. That's what you're telling me. And I think it's very easy to fall into like that doomer mindset there. And I don't totally blame people for falling into it. So it would have been nicer if they had more concrete ideas of exactly what's coming from this, you know? So yeah, those are some of my initial thoughts. Just to sort of canvas the idea and while we get some chat going. Now, what are people saying here in chat? Fishing? Yeah, okay, so the fishing thing, I just want to do this as background. This is the one thing in End of Dragons I still haven't really touched. I can do it anywhere, I really don't mind. I need to just fish in certain places, so if someone wants to pick a map or whatever, where do you guys want to fish? I don't know whether I'll do it on the Packed Flower. I'll probably play it on a different character. So yeah, okay, I'm looking over at the chat here now, guys. So listen, if anyone's got any questions for me, just springboards for more conversation, let me have it. And in fact, what I can do is probably just post, show you guys some screenshots from the blog post. Oh, and that's another thing. Let's talk a bit about timing as well. I think that the post is very evasive. On the actual timing, you can see that they're lacking in confidence with what they can do, and they're probably right to lack in confidence, frankly. But here we go. So what it means for you: future expansions will be the backbone of this new approach. I really like that phrase. Rather than launching an expansion every, so here they say 2 to 4 years. They've never done that, have they? Oh wait, maybe they did. Hold on. Heart of Thorns is 2015. POF was 17. They did get 2 years, didn't they? Or was it 18? Was POF 2018? Anyway, that era for the game was amazing, but it was clearly a flash in the pan. And they clearly... Okay, so the other conversation here that I never mentioned in my other video, and I kind of regret not mentioning the other video. The other thing is, obviously, everything they're talking about here is being juggled with other projects, other games, other ideas, you know, Unreal Engine 5 and all this kind of shit. That's kind of, which obviously they're not going to talk about on any level. But when you look back at the POF, when you look at the Season 3 into POF era, it was really amazing for Guild Wars 2, but clearly fucked their other ideas, whatever their mobile game was going to be, or, you know, there was, you know, those ArtStation posts of like an auto battler and all, you know, whatever else it was that they were making. And all the stuff got shit canned. Clearly they had an idea for another game at the end of Season 4. It didn't go anywhere. So... you know, as much as I praise... Okay, let me be very clear. The argument here is, why are we doing all of this? Can't we just go back to HOT, Season 3, POF? That was brilliant. Can't we just go back to that? That's the big ticket question. That's what anyone should ask. Can't we just go back to what clearly worked with HOT, Season 3, POF? That was brilliant. Why don't we just go back to that? That's the question. The answer is, clearly they're trying to juggle this with other totally new games. Obviously that's important. Well, actually, there's a whole discussion you can have about that as well, but let's just say that that's important. And my theory about all of this is the reason Guild Wars did so well during that period was because all their other stuff they couldn't figure out. And then, when Season 4 came to a conclusion, they were just left with nothing. I really think that's what it was. I think probably they had some mobile game stuff, and then the Diablo Immortal announcement went badly, and blah, 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 blah. So, maybe not all of that applies to the current era of game dev for them, but... the point here is they're probably doing all of this, these mini X-Packs and stuff, alongside whatever else it is that they're building. And so that's why we have this whole new idea. Anyway, 2 to 4 years, we'll be releasing smaller expansions more frequently. So I have a question for you guys in the live chat, just very seriously now. What do you guys think about an expansion that is 2 maps? There's a way you can look at that. There's a way you can frame that. That sounds awful. I mean, I think it's disingenuous to ignore that fact. You know, when you look at like Season 4, for free, we were getting massive. We were getting Istan, and a couple of months later we got Corner, and a couple of months later you know, and I'm cherry picking the best here, the best era. You know, one of my all-time favorite. I haven't done a tier list of it, but the best map of all time for Guild Wars 2, Jahai Bluffs. You know, and these were coming in back to back for free. 6 maps, 6 over the course of a year and a half. You're now being sold. Okay, you are going to pay for 2 maps. Oh, and then over the whole next year, we're just going to put one in, because that's the other thing they say, that they're only going to do one. By the way, sorry, I was mousing around on the map there. You know what I was doing. I was mousing around there. So I don't know. I think that there is cause for cynicism there. I would temper it, because again, I do think number of maps isn't as important as how well utilized they are or how dense they are. And I want to talk about masteries as well. Christ, I'm not a believer in the mastery system, and they're doubling down on the mastery system. Why? I mean, what they must have met this. The thing that really sucks about my job, and trying to review and critique or whatever, is I don't have any actual analytics or metrics, so I can't talk with any real. And that's true for all of us, really. But I wish I could see, like, certain metrics. Like, is the mastery system that big of a hit? I mean, really? Do you know what? If it's all about, oh, we want
Is it still have shit in it? Yeah. Yeah, I'm drinking it. Thank you. Thank you. Mamma mia. Let's look it up.
Yes. Yes. Annihilation. Why do you resist? Chaos. Chaos. Annihilation. Why do you resist? Annihilation. This means nothing. The end will come all the same.
Take care.
Oh no, I can't. Because it doesn't have an upgrade potential. These are the only ones that do. Okay. You.
this.
First. And then I'll upgrade that bitch.
Yes. Take care.
Yeah, I'm just gonna shatter it. Nah, fuck that.
Yes. Take care.
arena key. Fuck. What's a max crit chance?
Yes. Take care. Yes. See. Take care. Yes? Take care.
Duh.
Yes? Take care.
What's up, Alexa?
Yes?
I cannot do that. cannot do that.
Yes.
this room is fucked. Last thing I'll buy is this. Lightning. Last thing I buy is this. This. Then glass of change double plus. And then this. Thought I did this. Whatever. I think these are what I want too. Mana-fused gloves. Mana-fused engraved gauntlets of fertility. They're not gauntlets, but... What is this? Idols. This is shields. Teams of experience. Arena key. What the fuck I need rare axes for? Oh, there it is.
intensity of pain. Try to resist. The end comes. Chains return, but what's of yours?
Yes?
Fools.
Tara's grace be with you. What brings you here?
Yes. Take care.
Nothing. exactly what I wanted right there, mana.
Yes.
Oh, I need more resistance then.
Take care.
Bro. What is this? I need more resistance. These, I can go ahead and shatter. That's a bummer. Yep, fuck that one up.
Yes. Take care.
Plus 28 ward a second. Yeah, I'm gonna have to hit 80 tonight. Cause whatever the fuck that is gonna shit.
Yes? Yes.
It's just this crit bonus, bro. That 30% full crit. Fucks. So we're ready to replace this ring's ass.
Yes.
Yes. You. Every single.
Who are you?
Monoliths.
That's huge. Do folks with what's a possible prefix? That ring is amazing for resistance though. Plus 50 cold resistance. That's insane. Plus 30 physical resistance. Alright, we're gonna see how good this ring does. What's his staff do? If I started using Meteor, would I fuck? Not sure. Dude, I think these legendary boots are just better.
Yes?
Yes, I need you to fucking sell these.
Take care.